Sorry to call you, Beth. I was just being impatient.
It's no problem at all. It always says that if somebody gets on there before me, so I just jump in there and fix it.
Yeah, I'm at home because I'm getting a washer and dryer delivered today, so
Okay,
I'll
cool.
be in and out, but I should be there most of it.
Okay, awesome.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right.
And I presume you can hear me? Sound check.
Hey, Randy. Just for your info, I called Scott Haas yesterday, and we're gonna do a Monty meeting next Monday about lifting the fire ban, just so you can pass it on in case I'm busy. I'm home, I'm getting a washer and dryer delivered today, so
Okay.
I'll be in and out, but I wanted to make sure you guys are aware of that.
Okay.
That we are possibly, we're gonna meet next Monday after this next weekend storm to see where we're at.
Okay. Which would lift to discuss, well, we're in a stage 1 now and they're in a stage 2, and you would discuss completely lifting the fire ban at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right,
And
thank
it's
you.
supposed to be pretty warm and dry this week, although we still got some snow around, but
Yeah, it's the divided county. It's the east end of the county still a little dry. The west is I'm good with, but you know I don't want to make a division on a fire ban. It doesn't make sense to me.
okay, that makes sense. And I was over, by the way, I was over in that area off of Old Squaw Pass yesterday where we were getting those reports. I mean, I didn't find anything to take a photograph of. Scott asked me while I was up there to shoot some shots, but I got there right before dark, so I didn't get far in. So I really need to contact those folks and find out exactly where they're talking about they think it's coming from, or where they've witnessed it and seen it, and their access
Right.
points from immediately adjacent to their property, and then around the corner where the main access and the gate is, the east
Right.
gate into the Beaverbrook watershed. So I'll check that out on another day when I coming up, or I'll call and talk to them and let you know what I find out.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Randy.
Thanks.
Hey Randy, also I wanted to let you know that Keith called me last night to let me know that your 9 o'clock, the health clinic capital update is being canceled.
Right.
And I don't know if you guys are gonna do an exec or if Keith's gonna talk the whole time, I'm not sure. He's trying to get on the conference call right now. Oh, I see him, he's here.
Yeah, he's coming in, and he sent us an email and let us know that too, that
Okay, cool.
that Rob wasn't going to make it to either one of the meetings today. And I think his update is going to be kind of brief, so there may be an executive session during that first hour.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing the clinic update, so we'll open with public comment, and then we'll go to the county manager update. And then, time permitting, there may be an executive session at that point, because the liquor licensing authority needs to go up right at 10,
Okay.
as noticed. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And that said, did you say Keith was on? I don't see his name or face anywhere.
He's called in. I see him on the attendee list. I see his phone number. So I
Okay.
was trying to unmute him, but I don't think.
Okay, so Keith, that must be you at 877-1818, I guess. I didn't check my phone number for you.
Yeah, I just looked. That's his cell phone.
Okay, that said, why don't we, it's 9:01. Why don't we, we're here today for our Tuesday, November 17th BOCC meeting. And we'll open with public comment if anyone has any public comment. And I have not opened Facebook or anything like that. So if somebody wants to check that, that would be great.
Yeah, I've got it covered. I don't see anything. 16 people watching. Hello, everybody.
Just a reminder, if they do have public comment, you can either click on the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, or you can raise your hand when you hover over your name in the participant menu. So I don't see anybody on this end either, Randy. So.
Okay, and so I think right before we go into county manager's update, I'll just mention something Rick said to me a second ago, because he said he might be leaving, so I'm just going to cover it right now. That he will be getting together with Monty and some other folks from the U.S. Forest Service and around the area and take a look at our fire ban next Monday, because it's a little warm this week and dry, the forecast, but we're supposed to have another system coming in. So they're going to wait till Monday, and then there's a potential for completely lifting fire bans after that meeting. That's what they're going to take into consideration. So with regard to fire ban, that's where we're at right now, is leaving it as it is, which is a stage 1 in Clear Creek County, a stage 2 in the forest, which are virtually identical. The stage 1 in the county means that people can use the shooting range, but they're going to consider dropping the whole fire ban a week from yesterday, next Monday. And with that, also on the agenda, we have a 9:05 Health Clinic Capital campaign update. Rob Pike is unable to make it today, so that's been canceled. And so we're going to go right into our county manager updates with Keith. And Keith, you're muted in case you have and I see your setup as talking permitted. If you can unmute, Keith. Keith Montag.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Thank gosh. Yeah, I'm having some activity difficulties here this morning, obviously. So I'm going to join by my phone, and hopefully things will go just as smooth as silk. But thank you and good morning. I'll go ahead and do my manager update. I think we can get through this relatively quickly. I've just got a few items I wanted to cover, and then I know there could be some other things the board would like to bring up. First item on the manager update is office protocol. But for the public's sake, I wanted to let everyone know that given the fact that we have gone to level orange in Clear Creek County, we have modified the availability of our offices to the public. So starting last Friday, that's when we went to level orange, we've established protocol to provide appointment-only interaction between staff and the public, and we continue to offer the online services and website services, and we would encourage all of our customers to go online and utilize that mechanism as much as possible. In addition, we would encourage the public that needs to interact with staff to again, call the applicable staff, set up Zoom meetings or some other type of electronic meeting so that you can have that person-to-person contact electronically. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that we do have a drop box if someone needs to drop off materials. We have a drop box over at the Annex building. That's the planning, building, mapping departments. They do have a drop box that they check, and then we're also installing a drop box here at this building, the admin building. Same thing for people to drop off materials. Make sure that you notify whoever it is the materials are for. Make sure that you notify that person so that they know to check the drop box. And then finally, just to let folks know, again, because of level orange, we have reduced the number of people, number of staff located within our buildings. And we're essentially using a rotating basis for staff to be at the building in person to accommodate those appointments. And then finally, we are following all of the COVID-19 health protocols, you know, the mask wearing, the social distancing, hand washing, taking the temperature of employees as they enter the building, that type of thing. So anyway, I just wanted everyone to know that we have modified, we have changed the protocol mainly at the main office where the clerk and recorder, the treasurer, and the assessor's offices are located. Most of the other facilities have been on limited contact with the public since this whole thing started. So that's the first thing I wanted to cover. The second thing was just a quick update on the Prospector bus service, transit service. I wanted to let the board know that we did purchase a used bus from the rec district, and we got a real, in my opinion, a smoking deal on it. We purchased this bus for $32,000. It's in great shape. It's got low mileage, about 24,000 miles. And the purpose of this bus is to use it as a bus for our regular routes and give the original Prospector, the Prospector 1, a break and use that as a backup vehicle. That first bus that we purchased a number of years ago, it's got a lot of miles on it, and we just needed to get another bus in operation that is much more reliable. So in my opinion, that's good news that we picked up this bus from the rec district. They worked with us extremely well, and we appreciate the cooperation that we got from the rec district. And then just to let you know that we did apply for a grant from CDOT to purchase a new bus in 2021, and we'll know the outcome of that grant application in the next couple of weeks. Beth, did you want to provide any additional information or maybe just give a quick summary on the ridership with the Prospector?
Yeah, well, just to preface, we are definitely following all the rules of the CDPHE. You might know that we did kind of revise the buses to put in shields around the driver, shields between each row. And basically right now, what RTD and others are doing is operating at 50% capacity on the buses, and that is what we are doing. We also hand out masks, sanitizer, gloves, whatever. We also take temperature of everybody getting on the bus. So we're trying to stay as safe as possible and keep our drivers and our riders safe while still maintaining the routes that people are relying on. Ridership is really high, and I think we had over 600 riders in October. So it just kind of lets me know people need a ride to get to work or to the clinic or to Walmart or whatever. We did lose our connection with RTD at El Rancho. RTD did cancel that connection there. So if people need to get to Denver, they're having to connect on through the bus stand. So I hear that echo. Sure.
Hang a few, Keith.
So, anyway.
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
I'm going to hang up my phone and I'm going to switch over to the Zoom. Can you get me on, Beth?
Yes.
Great. So Keith Montag is now
Hey,
connected.
there we are. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was having some connectivity issues here, but hey, we got it. So the next item, just a real quick update on the healthcare clinic, the collaborative care clinic. As you all know, we did a groundbreaking a few weeks ago. Thank you all for participating in that. That was a great success. We're very excited that we are well on our way with construction of the new clinic. We have weekly construction meetings with the contractor, the architect, the engineers. There's a whole slew of people on these construction meetings, but we did hear yesterday that we're ready to pour concrete. They're going to start pouring the concrete slab first week in December. And then shortly after that, the second week in December, they anticipate the actual construction of the steel. The walls and the actual construction of the building will start the second week of December. But everything, we're pretty much on track. Obviously, we have weather conditions that we have to deal with, but Alliance Construction, our contractor's doing a great job. Nick is the project manager. He's out there on site, and I think he's got a really good handle on things. So that's good news that we're moving forward. And next spring, early summer, we're going to have a beautiful new building that we can actually do a ribbon cutting. So that'll be the next exciting event, is a ribbon cutting and getting some people in there and starting operations. I think, as everyone knows, we do have an agreement with Centura Health. They're going to be the primary healthcare provider in the building, and they are very excited to occupy the building. So all things are full go forward, so to speak.
Hey, Keith, one thing I think I would appreciate is, and we can start it maybe at some point in the future, but I know our goal is to fill that space with complementary providers that kind of cover the spectrum of services to some degree for both private insurance and otherwise. I would love to hear about our progress when it comes to, and you mentioned the contract with Centura, which is great,
Right.
but I mean, we've in the past talked about orthopedics 1 day a week, or maybe physical therapy, or a bunch of different things. So at some point, I would like to start up that conversation and at least check in on it periodically.
Okay, I'll add that. I've just made a note of that, so we can have a periodic update on the status of getting those providers in there. I know that just as recent as yesterday, we had a conversation with JCMH. They are excited and anxious to occupy part of that building. In talking with Cindy Dickon, our Human Services Director, she indicated that yes, indeed, we have set aside, I believe it was three or four offices for JCMH. And also, we learned yesterday that JCMH just hired a crisis coordinator for Gilpin and Clear Creek County. And the intent would be to have that quote unquote crisis coordinator located within our facility here in Clear Creek County. So that was all very exciting news.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. That's kind of what made me think of it.
Yeah, I might echo that. I think that's an area that we all know. I think it's on everybody's radar, but now that the clinic is crashing along, the building's crashing along and getting done, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel when it's going to be able to be occupied. And it's almost next year now. So this next year it's going to become available. So it'll be here before we know it. And I'm sure some of those conversations are taking place, but I think we'd certainly like to dig in and hear some report.
You bet. You bet. We'll give you periodic updates on the progress of tenants within the building.
Yeah, I share interest in that too. And Sean, Randy, you guys might be interested to know, this morning we kicked off the behavioral health. It's not a full needs assessment. What they're doing is taking a look at some of our historical data and updating it and sort of confirming our priors or changing our priors. So I really look forward to seeing, I think the timing is great to see what they have to say. We should see that by the end of the year. Hopefully that'll inform our choice of providers.
Yeah, thank you, George. That's the Omni contract, I believe. Yeah, thank you. And then the other component of this whole project of obviously is fundraising. And I think we'll hear from Rob next week. We thought it was going to be today, but it's going to be next week. And Rob will give us an update as to how we're all doing with fundraising efforts. I know we staff, Bob, myself, Chris Kraus and Beth had a meeting yesterday to talk about a couple things. One is just the local community fundraising effort. And then the other was the upcoming Colorado Cares, I think that's what it's called, Colorado Cares Day. And just getting ourselves situated, getting ourselves in place for all of that to happen. That's all. It's coming up quickly. So we're working hard to respond to all that. Budget, we're attempting to crystallize, finalize that budget. We're going to have a public budget presentation next week. I think there's one session during the day and then another session in the evening. I know Brent is trying to button up kind of where we're at with the budget. And in a conversation I had with Brent, I think it was yesterday, things are looking relatively good. So I'm very pleased with the report that Brent had for me. And obviously we'll get that information out to you this week. But we've made a lot of good progress, I think, this year relative to the 2021 budget. So we'll be anxious to present that information to you all and to the public next week. And then finally, this one just came in late yesterday. George had been in communication with the Clear Creek County or the Clear Creek Rec District, and they are seeking a letter of support to construct or to, I don't know if construct is the right word, but to create an ice rink at Digger Field in Idaho Springs, an outdoor ice rink. The thought being that, hey, what a great recreational use and a component that would be for the community. For the most part, I think everyone feels that it would be quote unquote COVID safe, outdoor, social distancing, etc. And when I sent out the information yesterday, I did attach a informational letter from the district, so you should have that in your emails. George, did you want to mention anything about that?
Yeah, just to add to what you stated, I believe they're in possession of a letter I've been told they're in possession of a letter from Tim Ryan saying that it's safe. I'm kind of viewing this as what's being asked of the county is simply to state that we think that this is a meaningful way to address meaningful COVID impacts, and that we're, ready to support them how we can. I think that they haven't decided to do this. Their board is looking into it and wanting to, I think, kind of hear from some of the other entities around and how we do it.
And George, my understanding is there's no monetary request from the district coming to us. It's mainly just a letter of support for moving forward, or for them to consider moving forward anyway, with the construction of this outdoor ice rink. And I believe I had heard that there's a letter template floating around somewhere, so that if you all did want to provide this letter, it's just a matter of putting it on county letterhead and having you all or Randy or myself sign the letter.
Right. I think, and I saw that, and I think it's a great idea personally. I think there are several different layers of it that are pretty, they used to do that with the ball fields down at the east end of town, flood it and have an ice rink in the shadow of the mountain. The shadow of the mountain's not quite as effective, on the ball field, but if it can happen, I think it does two or three things. One is that, winter's coming and people are thinking about, being cooped up in their houses without outdoor activities as much. And it provides that, but not only that, it kind of demonstrates it in a kind of a public way too, what the community's doing. You know, Digger Field's, you know, known throughout the state and for you know, people observing football games going on and stuff like that. And it's a pretty cool use of that for the time being for this winter that also allows people to see what we're doing here and keeps us in their mind, you know, as they're driving by. So it's I think it has a lot of good attributes to the idea. And I presume it's sort of a temporary or seasonal thing for this year as the resolution of ownership of the property is finally determined. Is that?
My understanding is that they are going to, if they choose to do it, they will lease the equipment for a year and then give themselves a year to see if there's a permanent location. I had the same thought about shadows, and I said the same thing. I said, why don't you go to the ball fields, you know, get out of the sun. They're using synthetic ice. Not sure what all that means, but some kind of a hard surface to skate on.
So if you all are in support or in agreement that we can go ahead and just write a letter of support, staff can make that happen. Okay.
Yes.
George, you're saying there could be summer hockey on this field too?
You know, I don't want to misrepresent anyone, but it sounds like synthetic ice could be used in the summer, doesn't it? And, you know, I saw one until Cameron was, I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time. Until Cameron mentioned this to me, like a light bulb went off in my head that I saw people skating on ice somewhere in Denver in like April this year. And it never occurred to me that that was weird. But they clearly were on synthetic ice, right, in Denver in April.
Is it, I mean, one would presume it's an additive to water that allows it to freeze at a lower temperature, but I don't know. I've never, I just made that up, so it's worthless. It's anecdotal.
Yeah.
The letter says that it needs no water.
There's your hockey expert right there from Wisconsin, Mr. Bob Leffler.
Bob, did you ever play hockey?
That's a matter of opinion.
He had a pair of ice skates, let's put it that way. Okay, so, and board, I will leave it to you to see if we wanted to talk about, gosh, now I can't even remember what it was. I think it had to do with public meetings. Gosh, help me out, guys. There was a topic that we thought we might want to talk about, and I'm struggling to remember what the heck it was.
I think you're striping.
Yeah, or just basically communication around that and how we might improve our communication, and certainly not a dig at all at Road and Bridge, and we talked about it a little bit with the RV park around DDL, that it might make sense to expand the circle a little bit bigger. Just essentially, what can we do to let the public, get them more engaged with what's happening so that there won't be any unwelcome surprises or less unwelcome surprises in the future.
Yeah, I think that's worthwhile. I mean, we've talked about that. We've all expressed that same concept in previous meetings about, for example, I think the DLD project, there were a lot of people that wish they'd known and stuff. And I think they did expand a little bit broader on that, but even so, it's something that I think, depending on, and it's a case by case basis in terms of what we perceive the impacts to be. And obviously engineers, for example, design roadways, but having people know, I mean, CDOT gives us notices all the time when they're getting ready to do things on roadways so people can find out about it. And it's like Sean said, as much as anything, a communication tool so that people become aware and have the opportunity to express an opinion or just know what's coming up.
You know, ironically, just yesterday, I think I mentioned I had a meeting with some of the staff, Chris Krause being one of them. And Chris she's going to take over some of our PIO communication components and duties here at the county. And she is just so engaged, and she was very excited about this opportunity to step in and utilize part of her time. And this is something that we actually talked briefly about. So I think we can get some input and feedback from Chris. And I know Amy had been working on the bang the table component that we've utilized here at the county. So hopefully moving forward, we're going to have a much better handle on how and when and who communication will occur relative to a lot of these more public interest kinds of activities and events. You mentioned the RV park at DLD, the road striping issue on Highway 103, and there's probably a number of others. So stay tuned, but we certainly heard we hear what you're saying, and we are in the process of coming up with a good overall communication kind of game plan as to how we can address and create and provide better public communication.
And I know I brought this up before, and I did send an email to introduce Chris to Assistant Chief Stacy Martin, who's the Public Information Officer from Evergreen Fire. She figured out how to use Nextdoor to be able to broadcast to multiple neighborhoods. And I think that might be a pretty effective way to not create a massive homework assignment for anybody and to really be able to effectively get the word out in all the variety of neighborhoods around Clear Creek. Because the one thing I've noticed too is, like, you know, when controversial things are happening in Evergreen, that's where you get forwarded messages from it. And I think it's just a good resource, and I think we should look into it.
I'll follow up with Chris on that.
Just as an update, we did set that up already. And we do have the capacity. We have a government account with Nextdoor, and we have the capacity to go by neighborhood.
Awesome.
And, put meeting alerts out there. I did that for our meeting next week.
Great. So we just need to use it now.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So, I mean, from my perspective, like, there's definitely a lot of work to do around communication and setting a communication habit with all the things we do. I know that we have a meeting next week in the evening, and I don't know that we will have like a plan to present to them. Like, here's what you can expect from us communication wise moving forward. Just because I don't know that we are going to have it put together in time. So my perspective is maybe what we do in that meeting is simply ask for some feedback along the lines of how our communication is. Like, we express that we see room for improvement, and we want to hear your thoughts about how that can be, how we can be better. What are your native channels? What are your, you know?
I would suggest,
So
I think it's a great idea.
how we can approach
And I
next
would
week. At
suggest
least.
I'm sorry, are you done, George? I thought you stopped. I think that's a great idea, and I think actually it would be inappropriate for us to come in with a plan that we think is written in stone into that meeting until we hear those words,
Right.
because other people might tell us more about their expectations for communication. And is this a neighborhood meeting, or is it going to be a meeting at large for the county for people to be able to give us public comment on that? Because if it's a more of a neighborhood meeting, which I think it was first conceptualized as over the issue that brought it up, then it may be that we want to collect those thoughts from a broader range of people in order to get some really good, in order to get a broad range of suggestions on appropriate levels of communication. And this is just a thought.
Yeah, I guess my initial feedback would be, while it's a community issue, and I think we're talking about the striping on Highway 103, it's certainly a community issue that may not be interesting to everyone in the county. I'm not sure, Beth, you'll have to help me out here. I guess if we're going to have a Zoom meeting, a public meeting, it's open to anybody that wants to listen in. But I think the area of focus for the communication and for the topic is the Highway 103 area, but that doesn't prevent others from joining in.
Sean?
Yeah, I was just going to say, our website, Twitter, Instagram, Nextdoor, Facebook, I don't see any reason why. I think the hard part's going to be crafting the message we want to send out. And I think the incremental cost of adding new channels to it is close to nothing. And I know that different demographics spend time on different platforms. And so that would be my recommendation, is that we probably over communicate and maybe, check in 6 months and see, because you can see how many followers you have in those various areas.
And I think the point I'm making is that we've got two different pieces of subject matter here. One is the specific issue that drove this to begin with, and there'll be discussion there that's about a particular thing, but that particular thing provides a good example of why we need to communicate better. But at the end of the day, the second part of that is, and what is that communication? Because that's a matter of countywide interest. And I think if we feel it's good to get suggestions and input about how we ought to communicate generally about stuff like that at different levels, then we should cast a little bit broader net. And all I'm asking is, should that be that night, or should we then follow up with something that's broader so that the people that are tuning in are, I mean, personally, even if not being county commissioner and asked to come to the meeting, if sitting in Empire, I'd be interested in hearing that if I knew that it was going to be an example of better communication in the county and something that drove it. It's kind of a test case or a pilot for how we can do things a little better. The issue is going to be, of course, that if we're asking for public input at the meeting, then you were kind of casting a wide net for that public input. And so it might be a little awkward with that one singular issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree more transparency is better than less transparency. I think the secret is we want to advertise it accurately so that people know what they're getting into, right? But I know there's people in Evergreen who have interest in Empire and want to know what's going on there, and vice versa.
Amy?
Yeah, I would just, I had sort of Chris and I had a conversation recently and realized that there's some distinctions between public information and communications. And public information is obvious, but I liked saying it because it helped me notice this distinction. Public information is creating this information that you publish. And that is a press release that is written and everybody weighs in and makes it accurate. And the communications piece is making sure that information is in the right place and is distributed strategically with a goal in mind beyond just publishing it. So, and the things are totally related, but, and maybe even Randy, that's sort of what you were just noticing is there's a public meeting, and that's a communication strategy in some ways, but the outcome of that public meeting may be the public information piece. And sometimes that goes in reverse, like with the COVID information, where a press release is written that describes the COVID information that is out there, but the public information officer for COVID isn't necessarily the person to go out and make sure that information is in all the right places, to go through and be like, let's get it on Facebook, let's get it here, and think strategically about how to get it into all the crevices and nooks and crannies it needs to get in to be distributed. And I think by adding Chris and giving her the specific communication responsibility, she's going to kind of do both things, but by adding the specific communication role for her, that's the missing piece, and that's the thing that I'm excited about her coming on and being able to do. So
yeah, George,
I just share that little aha that I had. Thanks.
I had a comment, but George, you're unmuted. What did you?
Oh yeah, I appreciate you raising that distinction, Amy, because it didn't exist in my mind, and I thought both of those things that you said are clearly within what I think this board is asking a PIO to accomplish. So that's all I have to say on that.
I think, and I see them as there's not even a hard, bright line between the two, because it depends on what the issue is that's going on. For example, how broad do we cast the net if we have a specific impact that's going to occur in a given area, or potential impacts, and we want to make sure before we have a public meeting about a project or a change in rules or anything like that, then we want to cast a net. within the impact area from that, caused by the rule change. And sometimes it's public information, and I would, it's a matter of semantics. Public information is one of the pieces of communication, but when it becomes interactive, because we really need that input, and it's not just about letting people feel like they were heard, it's about actually hearing them. And an analogy that comes to mind is when we talk about NOCO, and we talk about in a broader scale things like the collaborative effort in those areas in transportation, where where they're seeking input from these jurisdictions, different areas. We're extending that same courtesy to our public, but it's more than just a courtesy. It's a resource for us to get better information. CDOT tells us they're building better projects now because of the input they get from us about our locale. And the same is going to be true there for those people, having them come in and weigh in on it. Yeah, we want transportation engineers to finally decide where as an example, in this case, where the paint stripe goes. But certainly they can be informed by what they hear from the public about their experiences on that road. And so I think it's a way for us to do a much better job.
Yeah, all I was going to add is I think Chris or whatever other resources we may end up needing in the PIO function serves a really critical role in helping create the content. And if I think about, whether it's community development or whether it's road and bridge, those guys have a very specific job, and it isn't being an author or an English major, right? And so I think it'd be really helpful for kind of like the paper when they want to write an article, like the one they wrote about Randy and my second term, right? That was 3 or 4 minutes or 5 minutes of my time, right? And that's basically the model I think that we need to follow too, if we can.
Great. Well, thank you. Good discussion. And I will have a follow-up. Amy and I and Beth will have a follow-up conversation with Chris and share. I don't see her on the attendee list today, but I know that she, based on the conversation that we had with her yesterday, she's very excited about the whole communication aspect here at Clear Creek County. And I think she's going to be just a wonderful I say a wonderful addition. I mean, she's been doing it since the start of this whole pandemic. She kind of stepped in and took over the role of sharing and creating communication and public information relative to the pandemic. So anyway,
George,
I can add go ahead, Randy.
No, I said George. I saw you muted. Trying to create that window.
I just want to add, Sean said something early on that I want to reiterate because I agree wholeheartedly. This is our public works department. It's not necessarily their job to perform these communications or entirely their job. And so I just want to be very, really clear that I don't see fault in our public works department. They're doing a great job. I don't see fault in our communications department. We're entering a world with new expectations and new values around public communication. And I think we can enter that world without blaming anybody on the way. And I'm not accusing anybody of doing that here.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say that we're reacting to our increased use of tools like this one right here that we're using to hold this meeting. And it's opened up a great deal more opportunity, a great deal more potential for good communication to the public, better information out there and better interaction. So we have, Keith, you're moving on with your report, I think. Did we hold the meeting that we were going to hold later today, possibly? Is that what just happened, or?
Possibly. I don't know, Randy, if you had any NOCO updates that you wanted to share.
We've got a lot going on there, and there is, I don't have it in front of me right now, but we've got that statewide partnership thing that's kind of popping up, and a meeting coming up about that, in which we're going to have this and some other things like the Sustainable Recreation Initiative from farther south in the state. There are 2 or 3 regions doing things. Grand County, also part of the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest, has started modeling NOCO and creating their own effort that's like that on the other side for the rest of the ARNF. And so there are regional collaboratives that are popping up all over out there. We're going to have both some NOCO executive committee meetings about how that would work and how useful that will be for us, because we're a ways down that road that they're talking about creating for the balance of the state. But they're looking at modeling after kind of what NOCO's doing for different regions of the state that have specific unique characteristics in recreation and impact on the forest, and to find ways to manage recreation a little more holistically and regionally. So there's that. It's kind of like the NOCO model is kind of like growing out to something that's likely to become a statewide model, and the federal government's looking at it very closely. And there are potential, if they see the promise in it, that it could also mean a new funding model. And there's a lot of attention that's being paid to that right now because of the fires this year and the recognition that we need to get a handle on this as the environment's changing out there, and figure out better ways to. The environment's changing, and the population is growing. And as an example, in this region of the ARNF, about 30% of the federal land. And this is something that they said to me. I haven't verified the information, but about 30% of the federal land burned this year, and somewhere between about a third more to double the amount of visitorship actually happened as a result of COVID. And so they're kind of shocked that they're suddenly squeezing twice as many people into 70% of the remaining space is the implication. So the importance of staying on this has really risen at the federal level, and they want to just push harder and harder to try to make these measures work.
Thank you, Randy. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Randy, but you did a great job. Then also, just FYI, I did attach in my email to you all the reports from strategic and community planning, internal services, and then the operations admin sections of the organization. So at your leisure, take a look at those reports that were attached to my email. And then finally, I see the sheriff has joined us. Rick, is there anything that you wanted to share with us? Rick says no. Thank you, Rick. So that's it for me, board.
I've got a couple quick things. So it seems like we have some time. Is that okay? So one of the things I just made reference to, Corinne from the paper called me up and kind of caught me a little bit flat-footed, and there was an article in the paper that mentioned increasing government efficiency and organizational improvements. And that can mean a lot of different things. I've gotten a few phone calls and people are like, what the heck are you talking about? And I just wanted to add a little bit to that. And I've had conversations with Keith about this, and I also had a conversation with Amy. Some time back, we paid some money and bought some licenses from Franklin Covey, which provides organizational training. We went through this process training called the Speed of Trust. We did another one called 4DX, which is the 4 Disciplines of Execution. I know my wife and one of her friends came in and helped out with Strength Finders one time. So this is essentially, I would like to revive those efforts in some capacity, in kind of all in the name of employee development and making Clear Creek a better place to work, a more fun place to work, provide more opportunities. And one kind of suspicion or idea I have is maybe, and I talked to Amy about this a little bit, and Keith, starting this at a bottoms up level and picking a department and starting to actually implement some of the things that we learned about. And that's basically, I just wanted to, like I said, people were wondering what the heck I was talking about. And I think it's all good. It's nothing to be concerned about. And so then I guess, I don't know if you have any follow-on comments, Keith, but I know it's something that I would love to be an executive sponsor for and have some role in going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. And Amy and I actually had a couple conversations following up with your discussion with Amy and myself. And we are certainly putting some thought into that. We're going to put, I guess, for lack of a better term, a kind of a game plan, a strategic plan together as we want to move forward with employee development or organizational development, as you indicated, Sean. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And Amy and I are certainly thinking about that. And I think that's, we we spent so much time over the past, 6 months, 8 months with the pandemic. It's like, hopefully we can get back to some sense of I don't want to say normalcy, but we don't want to lose sight of employee and organizational development. So that's something that in 2021 we want to move forward with. Sean, I know that you had indicated, and it was even in the newspaper, as far as your desire to focus some attention on that, and we appreciate that. So Amy and I will put a game plan together. We'll bring that back and present that to the board. We want to involve Kate, of course, from Human Resources, and thank you for that encouragement and that reminder.
Awesome.
I appreciate that too, and I think that whether that means, Sean, are you thinking that we sort of re-engage those processes, like re-engage an outside party, or that we just sort of do an internal process looking at those tools that we've developed and how they can be implemented?
So Beth can probably correct me on this, but I believe we still have licenses for almost all the full suite of Franklin Covey's corporate material. And so I'm basically talking about, I mean, we had some meetings where everyone was involved, all the different departments. I'm talking about actually starting to do it rather than just learn about it and talk about it, to start doing it. And my suspicion is it might be easier and more effective to pick a specific area and focus on rather than try to roll it out across the whole county, get some learnings and then pick another spot to go and kind of grow from the bottom up instead of creating some top-down mandate.
Right, I kind of saw this. I was thinking the same thing. What I was hearing was we spent some time in those meetings, now let's execute. And that doesn't mean that part of that couldn't be reorienting or gaining additional information as we figure out the need. I think it would be, I'm thinking of it as the latter that might have a piece of the first in order to make it as effective as it can be. But I think it's a great idea. Thanks, Sean.
Anything else about that? Anything from you, Amy?
No, I appreciate the topic as well. And you've probably all heard me say that one of my pet peeves is having strategic plans that just sit on shelves and don't actually get executed. And so it's sort of along those lines. The things that Keith and I are talking about are, I think, on a couple lines. One is actually the strategic planning process itself and how we sort of advance from the 5-year plan that we developed this past year and build on that and engage staff more deeply in that process. That's one. And then this other organizational development work around incorporating choosing which elements to focus on among the Covey principles, and figuring out how to use them. And my experience is they usually require a little bit of adaptation to make them work with the human beings in the actual mix. And then working with Kate as well on some other processes. So there may be sort of 3 lines of work is where my brain is going initially on it. But yeah, that's what I got.
And I think you bring up something really important, which is I know we have an annual planning process where some staff and George and Randy and I, sequester into some virtual smoke-filled room and talk about great ideas for a few days. And I think the piece that we're missing on that is reaching out to every single employee and asking them what they think and asking them how do they think their job could be done more effectively, or what are the areas of improvement that are right in front of them that we would never see, and kind of coalescing all that in so you have both from the top down and from the bottom up.
George.
I think that sounds great. It sounds a lot like what we've been trying to accomplish with our sort of legislative proposal development process, where kind of rank and file staff, everybody in the organization feels like. If there's something they see and observe that's meaningful, that they can communicate that all the way up to the top, and it can result in something happening. So I'm all for it. I think, I mean, we did it. I'm happy with the way that we approached our strategic planning last year.
Right.
And I think we can build on that. I'm not saying like within the same model or using that same process or anything like that, but yeah, let's continue to build on this culture that we're trying to bring here.
I think we did improve on it, and I think what a piece of what Sean's talking about is to add a couple more layers to that onion on the outside, going out a little further. That cast a broader net again within the organization for improvement. It's not about the three of us going and hiding in a closet somewhere with one or two, wizards with us or something, and come up with a plan to tell everyone how to do their job better, when usually we don't know how to do their job. We just have some ideas about it. And so having them engaged in that conversation is critical. That we're almost like a resource trying to organize getting better. And finally, it's hard when you're doing a job all the time, especially in the middle of a global pandemic and stuff like that. It's pretty hard to remember I'm supposed to be making this more efficient. And but there's an other side of the pandemic, which is I got rid of about 30 boxes of paper over the last 2 weekends of archived stuff that I thought was valuable, I'd need for the future, organizational stuff from construction and everything else, and turned it into one box. And now I can actually see everything far more clearly. So.
And also, I know Brent's ears perked up because he texted me about, oh my gosh, do we need to add a bunch of money to the budget? I don't think so.
I
think we can do a lot of this stuff in-house, and I know Franklin Covey, Jeff from Franklin Covey, he's always available to give us advice, free of charge, so to speak. But I don't, so Brent, rest assured, I don't think we need to add a bunch of money to the budget for employee or organizational development. I think we've got the tools in place. We just need to utilize and implement. So, one other thing, I just wanted to quickly let the board know that I've been in conversation with Kate about employee performance evaluations, and we are pushing out employee performance evaluations. I don't think we've quite got there yet, but that's something that will occur even as the year comes to a close. So that's something else that we wanted to implement, was a good set of employee evaluations, performance evaluations. And of course, in my opinion, keep it simple, keep it, but yet make it worthwhile and very usable. So just wanted to let you know if that was happening as well.
Yeah, one thing real quick. My wife, Sharon, works in corporate performance at T-Mobile, and she mentioned to me when I brought this up to her the other day, and she said, people don't really always look at it that way anymore. They view it more through a lens of employee development than evaluation.
Yeah.
And so I think we should kind of have an open mind in terms of what that looks like and what would yield the best results.
Yeah, no, good suggestion, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would hope,
Actually, thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, I would hope that Kate, I know that ongoing education is part of any human resources role, and it's my expectation and hope and confidence that, Kate's aware of the latest tools. But, that said, that's all I have to say.
I have two other really quick ones. One of them super quick. We have an opportunity with Colorado Gives Day. I think you called it something slightly different, Keith, but it's the first Tuesday of December. Community First Foundation has supplied us with a toolkit to help configure the website. And I think I'd like to consider specifically calling out the one-time $300 people who don't itemize their taxes opportunity to receive a tax benefit. But we don't have a resource identified inside the county who's kind of the fundraising liaison. And I don't know who that would be. I think it probably has a PIO component to it as well. So I'm happy to talk to you about that offline, Keith, if you want to, but I don't think it's a lot of work, but we have to identify, if we want to do it, we have to identify someone to do it. and get cracking on it probably over the next week or so.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. The clock is ticking. There's no doubt about that. And we did talk to Chris Kraus as well. And poor Chris, her plate is already filled and it's overflowing. But the message that we had for Chris is, okay, right now, the priorities are continuing with the public information component of the pandemic. And number two, fundraising for the clinic. So those are the two priorities in the next month or so anyway. Anyway, yeah, we can talk later, but Chris is certainly in the loop on what we need to do.
Awesome. The last one, on Friday, we had an all-afternoon meeting with CCAT, and I was communicating privately with Steve, who's one of the county commissioners in Adams County. I met him on the trip Randy and I took to lobby for transportation a couple summers ago. And he pointed to me to a lot of resources that Adams County has created around recovery, and specifically covering the areas of their aging population and mental health. And it's stuff that I've never seen before. So I'm going to pass it on to you, George, and Alyssa. And I would just say, have a look at it and see if you think there's anything there that we can use if we end up having more money to spend.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, I think there's opportunity for us to do more, right? We're going to have, the recovery is ongoing. So I appreciate you passing that along.
Yeah, and a lot of what they were doing with the aging in place population is related to recognizing and addressing loneliness as a consequence of the pandemic. And like I said, I'll pass it on to you and you can have a look at it.
What was that? What was the word again? I didn't hear it clearly.
Loneliness, disconnectedness, lack of human contact.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yep. That's funny. That cuts higher and higher on your radar. Once you cross and get closer to 60 than 50, you start really thinking about that a lot. Which some of us know from experience, looking way into the past, remember that moment. No, it's an important topic. What else?
That's it for
Something
me.
that's been on my mind. We have, of course, budgeted employee benefits that were underutilized this year because, yoga classes were canceled, et cetera. And so there's some extra money there. We also have some staff who have been asked to do a whole lot more than normal in some very challenging circumstances. And I, for one, would love to see us take that money that was saved and use it to do some, whether we're going to call it merit pay or whether we're going to do some little bonuses or something. But I think we have some money there that we budgeted for the benefit of our staff. And our staff has definitely gone above and beyond this year, specifically, some more than others.
Mm-hmm. Yes, some of those are pretty valuable resources too. And this is a perfect time to be using them. We have about 2 minutes until our liquor licensing authority. So why don't we take a 2 to 3 minute break really quickly and then come back. And thanks, great conversation. Okay, we're back. So the next item is our local liquor licensing authority. Consideration of approval of renewal of optional premises liquor license for Clear Creek Skiing Corporation, DBA Loveland Ski Areas. And then if there is no public comment, this will be, this can be approved by me administratively as the chairman.
That's correct.
And so I suppose the order of the day is to say, do we have any public comment regarding this matter?
I don't have anything in the attendee list.
And I have not received anything either.
Okay. That said, I will,
Actually, real quick, Nanette, do you have anything to say about it, or do you recommend approval?
No comments. I would recommend approval.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
same for both commissioners, I presume? You're part of the public too.
Yep, happy to go with staff.
And I think the one thing I would say just for the public is that, as we move forward in COVID, all of these other mechanisms still move the way they always do. No matter what the regulations are, nobody's losing liquor licenses or the ability to continue to renew their liquor licenses and things like that as a point of clarification. So, okay, I'll take care of that. Next item is the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of the May 5th meeting minutes, BOCC meeting minutes. Item number 3, consideration of approval of resolution 20-109, resolution ratifying the Clear Creek County Fire Ban Stage 2 restrictions for Clear Creek County. Item number 4, consideration of approval of 20-103, resolution adopting revised purchasing guidelines. Item number 5, consideration of approval of resolution 20-104, resolution delegating the board's authority to execute certain contracts. Do we have any questions about any of those or need to pull any of them out?
I don't.
Yeah, I have some questions about, and I don't know that we need to pull them out, but I have some questions and comments. First, on the shooting ban, I'm just curious what's being changed.
I think this is a ratification of our move to stage 1, which still precludes all recreational shooting. It allows hunting and it allows shooting at an organized, developed shooting range. And we have 2 in the county, and one of those is the sheriff's practice range. And the other one is, of course, the sportsman's shooting range at Dumont. And go ahead.
That's why I was a little confused, because this looks like we're ratifying a stage 2.
Well, it does say stage 2, Rick. I think that's an error. We're in a stage 1 at the county level. Thanks, George.
Yeah, we were in a stage 2. I think you're ratifying it to a stage 1.
I'm just reading from my packet. It says resolution ratifying Clear Creek County Fire Ban Stage 2 fire restrictions.
I think we're
My
ratifying.
apologies.
Yeah,
Change.
I'll fix that.
I can take care of that, Bob.
Okay. It appeared, you're right, nobody else noticed it. Every place else it was corrected, but not in the heading.
Yeah,
Oh,
so,
it's just that.
just to state it more clearly, we're ratifying the change that the sheriff made from a stage 2 to a stage 1, which
Correct.
is operated as I described.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good catch.
And then on the revised purchasing guidelines and authority to execute contracts, I think that the revision is mostly because we have a new division director and we need to name that new division director and these authorities. However, I think there's some opportunity to, there are some non-gender neutral references in these policies. I will point out one that I saw it says that it references the county attorney and says that it's within, quote, his authority. And I think I would just like to ask that we find a way to approve these and give staff an opportunity to do a quick find search for non-gender neutral terms and replace them with something that is neutral.
Is that something we'd like to do at this time, or have them come back once they've done that? I mean, have them, excuse me, have us instruct them to do so and agree to that at this time, or do we want to have that? Is that another project they can bring back later?
I guess I'm hoping there's a way that we can approve it and instruct them to do so, and then not have to have it come back before us. But
Let's do that.
Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that. Sean?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
Do we need to change the title, or can we execute the fire ban ratification as is, Bob?
We're going to change, we'll change the title from stage 2 to stage 1.
Okay, so I move we approve the consent agenda with the modified title from stage 1 to stage 2 in the fire ban ratification.
To clarify, stage 2 to stage 1.
That's right.
Around.
second.
As well as the instruction to also modify the purchasing guidelines and authority to execute contracts to remove gender neutral references.
Got all that, Beth?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next item is the Board of Health consent agenda, consideration of approval of resolution 20-07, resolution revising delegation of the board's authority to execute certain contracts and revise purchasing guidelines for the Board of Health. And I think I can imagine the entire conversation that will follow right now.
I would recommend that you move to approve this and instruct us to correct any non-gender neutral terms.
Okay, I'm in agreement, and so moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We now move into the Board of Social Services consent agenda. And it's consideration of approval of resolution 20-02, resolution revising delegation of the board's authority and revising purchasing guidelines to execute certain contracts for the Board of Social Services. And I presume Bob will make the same statement.
Yes, I recommend that you approve this with the instruction that we correct any non-neutral gender terms to neutral terms.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So we are now out of the Board of Social Services consent agenda. Our next item is the 11 a.m. work session on COVID-19 update with Dr. Ryan. We have 45 minutes to spare. What do we wish to do at that time?
What happened to the additional board item A, consideration of final settlement?
Sorry, I had to unmute. That is on a different day. So that was taken off in the beginning. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So I've got the old, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I know we have at least a few some executive session topics to address today. Maybe we could knock off a little bit of that from now until 11.
I think so. If Bob knows what to say when we move into executive session.
I think so.
So I move that we move into executive session for the following purposes.
Discussion of personnel matters, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or the discussions of personnel policies generally pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F. And that covers the two items I know of. Is there, okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Beth, are you, excuse me.
Go ahead, Bob.
Beth, are you going to send out the thing or should I?
It's easier. I don't lose the connection here if I don't have to log out and then log back in. So it would be
Okay.
easy if you guys could do it.
I will.
All right, we will now move into executive session and no written minutes will be kept of the session, and we'll be returning for the COVID update at 11 o'clock.
Hey, Beth, your mic's unmuted.
Thank you.
Beth, how's it going?
It's going good. You don't look so scruffy anymore.
Relative.
No, you're a mountain man now. You can go scruffy.
Yeah. Yeah, I grow my winter beard
Yeah.
November through March.
Awesome. How's the shoulder? Better?
It's better, but now that I'm in physical therapy and doing these exercises all day long, it's sort of a constant ache.
Yeah.
It's re-engaging the muscles that haven't been working for 4 or 5 weeks.
Oh gosh.
So
Yeah. Once upon a time, I spent 11 months in physical therapy, and the only people in more pain than me were the shoulder people.
yeah, sleep is getting a little better, which is good. That was my biggest hurdle. So
That's great.
yeah,
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I got other things to keep me up at night.
Yeah, right.
Got mail.
How are y'all?
Morning, Mike.
Good morning. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Alyssa.
How you feeling, Mike?
I'm sorry.
How you feeling?
You know, I still got a bad runny nose, and every time I walk around, I'm kind of like a little off with my equilibrium and scratchy throat, still coughing. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's just a cold.
It's probably not, Mike. Have you been tested?
You good?
Tested back when my son, when they had the school, a
Yeah,
couple
that was
cases ago. It's probably been about 6 or 8 weeks. So I got tested then, negative, but Sunday I really started noticing it Saturday night into Sunday morning, and yeah, it's.
Can I make a very strong recommendation?
Sure.
You get tested as soon as possible and isolate as soon as possible.
I've been isolated since Sunday, and I get a test in 45 minutes. So.
Perfect.
Got them all hooked up for a test.
Alyssa and said, "What do I do? I don't know what to do." And John Kane is getting tested as well today. He, I think he was feeling a little bit under the weather as well, so he's going to get tested.
Yep, he's going at the same time as you.
Does it affect? Is it something that affect my eyes? Because my eyes have been really bloodshot, you know, hurting a little bit.
It's possible. I mean, general aches and pains all over the body. You still have your sense of smell and taste?
Yes. For the well, I ate some Mexican food last night. I could taste it, but it didn't seem like I was getting that full taste, but I still had a sense of taste and smell.
Yeah.
And I made sure that my taste of smell, I stuck my nose in a Pringles barbecue can, stuck it in a, yeah, I can still smell. So that sense is still there.
Whatever it takes.
Right.
Yeah, good. I'm glad, Mike. Far too many people go to work continuous with symptoms, and it just, they think it's a cold, and odds are right now it's COVID, not a cold.
Yeah, I don't want to mess around with it. I want to know if it's happening or not, and I'll stay quarantined.
Know your status, Mike.
Do what?
Know your status.
And then then dependent upon, so just a quick question. Should my wife and my kids be quarantined right now until my test results come back?
They should steer clear of you. I would if I was your son and wife.
I'm lucky I have an apartment over at the restaurant that I'm staying in, so my little
Yeah, that's always a good idea. Particularly, I mean, once you get your results back, although if you continue to feel like this, I would just stay away a few more days. Always err on the side of caution. So let's get started, shall we?
I want to wait till the commissioners get here, Doc.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
I know.
I like to get my humor out of the way. You know what I mean?
I was going to say something about Mike stumbling and stuff, and I'm going, man, I've known you for a long time. He's always done that, but
Thanks, Sheriff.
you're welcome, Mike.
I'm always a little off, huh?
Well, I didn't want to say it in a public meeting, but since you did, yeah.
Elected officials are always a little bit off. Thank you.
Yes, we are. We have to be, I think.
It's now part of the public record. Hello, gentlemen.
How you doing, Tim?
Doing all right.
Well, we're back for our 11:04 COVID update. And I see that we have Alyssa, Suzanne, and Tim in the room, and George, and there's Sean, will be on the screen momentarily. And Bob and Keith. We're all here. So take it away.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. Lots going on. I will share my screen in the same format we did last week, following the same agenda format. Starting with the national trend, we are now at 11 million plus confirmed cases in the United States. The case rate has rapidly increased with over 1 million new cases in the last week alone. So it took us 8 months to get 10 million and a week to get 1 additional million. We've exceeded 140,000 cases per day over the last 2 weeks. And now 45 states are currently experiencing record number of cases. Hospitalizations across the country, there have been significant increases going along with that case rate, averaging now about 3,500 new admits per day, with a total currently of 73,000 people in the hospital as of yesterday for COVID alone. Fatalities continue to increase and are now picking up in line with case rate and hospitalizations. We're now at 247,000 plus deaths. So we're over that 1,000 deaths a day mark that we saw earlier in the summer. The test positivity rate across the country is now 10%. It was 8%, I believe, last week. So it's increasing along with everything else. The major contributing factors continue to be a lack of mask wearing and social gatherings now driving a majority of the numbers. In Colorado, we're seeing a very similar trend. The current number of daily cases has continued to set a new record high with each day, now in excess of 3,300 per day here in Colorado. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now 933 per 100,000 in Colorado. Hospitalizations, which I'll talk about a little bit more about in a minute, but there has been significant increase across the state. And the state epidemiology projections suggest increases, continued increases over the coming weeks. With that sort of Thanksgiving still the unknown. Currently, there are 1,294 individuals hospitalized for confirmed COVID in the state of Colorado. Our test positivity rate is currently at 12.6%, increase from last week. Similarly, the contributing factors to our spread here in Colorado are the lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, primarily bars and private gatherings, and then travel. People continue to travel somehow. I have not gotten the state modeling on the epi modeling in almost 10 days now. I'm hoping to get it tomorrow and happy to share that when I get it. Here in Clear Creek County, our trend over the last 7 days, we've had 32 cases, 51 total in the last 2 weeks, and 144 total to date. Still maintaining 6 hospitalizations. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate has jumped up significantly now at 523 per 100,000. Our test positivity rate is at 8.28%. Major contributing factors here in Clear Creek, social gatherings, travel, and then lack of mask wearing. Not necessarily in that order. We're seeing a lot of all of that contributing to it. Testing updates. We're continuing to test across the county every week, free of charge. We're continuing to use a curative test. We ordered an additional 1,000 last week, and hopefully we'll get them this week. We have more than enough, as well as other supplies related to that. We're currently looking into an app that Curative has to help with our scheduling of testing, which seems to be one of our major choke points of trying to get the 60 to 70 people who call on any given day scheduled and in line for a test. So we're hoping that will help streamline our process to get people queued up and scheduled for their test. As far as the testing is concerned, it's going really well. The nurses are doing an absolutely fantastic job, and those that are helping them. We are getting a tent from Echo Mountain, has been so generous, as has Loveland Ski Resort, to provide our nurses with many things to help them with testing outside. This week, we initiated yesterday testing the middle school, high school staff and teachers that wanted to get tested. We're going to be testing them twice a week, and other teachers who want to stop by during that time to get tested as well. We're really trying to create additional bubble in the school. Even though we haven't had any cases that we can determine as internal transmission between students in the school and or teachers, we think that this will help provide us at least another layer of protection in trying to get any sort of teachers who are symptomatic or positive out of the school as quick as possible. Areas of concern or general update. So the hospital update, this last Friday, the governor had a press conference. My takeaway from that press conference, most importantly, was the governor is currently getting not all the information he thinks that he needs to understand the hospital situation. So he has asked the hospitals to provide the state with significant increase in information on a daily and weekly update. More than just how many hospital beds and how many ICU beds and how many ventilators, to really understand how the hospitals are working in terms of additional elective surgeries and the additional patient population, as well as the COVID population. We do have several overflow sites in this state. The one caveat with those sites is staff. So if you recall back in April and March and May, when there were hotspots around the country, many states were able to send nurses and physicians from their state because they didn't need them at the time to help out. That scenario no longer exists. There is a shortage in this country of nursing staff and physicians and proper PPE for all of those individuals. So nurses and doctors aren't traveling from one state to another anymore. They're hunkering down in the state in which they reside. It's really putting an additional burden on the states and the medical infrastructure. And as you might imagine, the medical infrastructure is exhausted. They've been going since February nonstop. And now, as you see, we have 240,000 fatalities, most of which occurred in the hospital. So they're tired. And so to just expect that they're going to pop up and be able to handle massive overflow is, I don't know what the word is to put on that. I can show you here, stop sharing that one. Can you all see this hospital? Dark, okay. So this is the hospital data snapshot, just to give you a sense of what's really going on in the hospitals. The ones I wanted to point out mostly are critical care ventilators currently in use across the state is about 44%. Facilities anticipating ICU bed shortages in the next week is 9% currently. Number of facilities anticipating shortages of personal protective equipment is 2%. Most importantly, number of facilities anticipating shortage of staff within the next week is 28%. So almost 30% of the hospitals in this state are anticipating a personnel shortage in the coming week. It's a bit telling, more than just what we may hear from any one hospital. Let me go back to my document. There we go. Sorry about all the back and forth. So that's really what's going on with the hospitals. The current models, again, suggest that sometime mid-December, we may well overflow our current hospital system. And I know we have overflow, but how well we're able to staff those remains to be seen. Thanksgiving, as it is next week, and I've had a lot of questions about that. Here it is in a nutshell. My recommendation, first and foremost, is if you don't have to eat with other people outside of your home, I would recommend you don't. If you have individuals coming home, for instance, from college, my first recommendation is you reach out via the webpage or contact directly the college or university your child goes to, because more often than not, most of them have a plan in how they're intending to release your child. So are they testing them 48 hours before they leave? What is their protocol in place? I think it's very important for parents to understand that, and what sort of status is their child entering the home in. That's the first thing I would recommend. The second thing I would recommend is as much as you want to hug that individual, I would refrain from doing that and try to at least remain away from that individual as long up to 7 days. And that sort of thing. It will help minimize your risk for individuals who their child is coming home and there's not an option to put them anywhere else. Try to isolate or quarantine as far away from them as you can for at least that 7-day period. And then I would get them tested, particularly if they're home for a couple weeks. Get them tested after that 7th day home. And so anywhere in the county that we're testing, we're happy to do that. And then after that 7-day, the risk potential is quite low. If they're not exhibiting symptoms, if they test negative, and if you've been isolating or quarantining away from them for the most part. I don't mean lock them in the room and slide food under the door sort of thing. I mean, try not to be in very close contact with them or wearing masks and that sort of thing. I know it's not ideal, but it is one way to help prevent that one individual who may be COVID positive from giving it to the rest of the family. The same is true for any military folks coming home or any of those sorts of individuals. That would be my recommendation. The spread is so high out in the community that you might want to ask, is it important for you to bring grandma over? It is essential to bring grandma over who's high risk and expose them to what potential risk you have in your home. My guess is probably not. And so maybe next year, that's the time to do it. So my recommendation again is to not have additional individuals in your home outside of those who live there. if you do have to have them there, take every precaution you can to minimize the potential and the risk. We'll have lots of stuff up on our Facebook page and webpage about tips on how to stay safe during Thanksgiving, up in the probably in the next day or two. A vaccine update, as you probably heard over on Sunday or Monday, the second vaccine from Moderna, initial results came out with a 94% efficacy rate, which is incredibly high and much higher than anybody thought it would be, and very encouraging. The other benefit of the Moderna compared to the Pfizer vaccine is the Moderna one does not need to be kept at -80. It only needs to be kept at -20, which seems like not a very big difference, but most facilities have a -20 freezer. Most do not have a -80. So a little bit of logistical challenge between the two, but they're both 2-shot, 1 month apart vaccines, and they more or less target the same mechanism in your body. As far as distribution of that vaccine, the earliest we have heard yet from the state that we on the ground in Clear Creek could be receiving those vaccines is probably beginning of January, the first 2 weeks of January at the very earliest. And as I've stated before, the current protocol and the current plan is to disseminate those initial batch to a tier one approach, which includes first responders, firefighters, police, et cetera, healthcare workers. And the second dose, the second batch a month later would also go to those individuals because it is a 2-dose, 1 month apart requirement for that vaccine. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel, although I would caution it will be April or May before your average citizen in Clear Creek and any other county in the state will be receiving the vaccine. The other side of the vaccine is enough people have to receive it and actually take it for it to be, from a community public health perspective, to be effective. We need in the neighborhood of 60 to 70% of the population to receive that vaccine for us to provide us with what you've been hearing about, herd immunity. If we don't achieve those sorts of levels, we're still going to have a significant portion of our population, both in Clear Creek and Colorado, at risk. So we're still going to see spikes, although not as high. We're still going to see spikes of COVID for the foreseeable future if enough people don't receive that vaccine. With that, I will take questions.
Tim, regarding a couple of things on the vaccine, you said that the earliest we would see it, would be probably January for those most important first recipients, and that the general public, it would likely to be more like April or May. Is that also an earliest possible or kind of a likelihood type scenario? And then the second question I have, so you can answer both, is right at this point, I think we're in the middle of the third phase of testing. Is that correct? So this has a very high probability, you would say, of actually getting to that point that it's almost to the finish line in terms of our knowing that it will be distributed. Can you elaborate on those two?
Sure. Yeah, so the vaccine is being distributed by, and it's a little murky specifically sort of who's in charge, but it seems to be a joint effort between the Pentagon and the CDC. The Pentagon's involvement is really the Army or the military apparatus, and mass distribution of that is their role in that. And so they're taking a tiered approach. And as you alluded to, a tier one would include individuals who they are, at the most high risk because of their role in society. First responders, EMT, medical staff, police, firefighters, et cetera, who are out in the community and don't really have a choice on whether to closely interact with people sometimes. So the first goal is to protect those people who, as a society, we really can't live without their function. So we need to protect that first and foremost. And then the second tier, it sort of moves beyond that. And then third tier is your general population at large. So we're looking at several months after we received that initial dose. And like I said, it's a 2-dose, 1 month apart. So that sort of delays it even further and pushes it out even further, because with each batch, the prior individuals are going to need their second round before another group can get their first round. As far as clinical trials go, yes, this is what they call phase 3. Phase 3 is in the process of wrapping up. Normally, we would follow people for 6 months. Given the world in which we're living now, they're only following people for 3 months. There is a separate, completely separate group who analyzes that data. They're not related to the drug companies or the government in any way. They look at that data both interimly, and those are the numbers you've just heard this week, 94% and greater than 90 for the Pfizer. That determination was made by that advisory board who's looking at the data. Once the data is fully collected at the end of, it looks like November or December, they will then analyze the entire data set, which includes, and is probably more important set of data because it includes lots of subgroups of people, diabetics, hypertensives, the Asian population, African-American population, whereas that smaller subset that you've already got results for is merely a small group of the 30,000+ people who've gotten the vaccines, right? Once it's determined that it isn't going to kill you, and we're well beyond that point, and it's efficacious in both cases now, we know it's going to be likely greater than 90% for both. Right now, they are simultaneously manufacturing both of these vaccines at a mass scale. Normally, that process is not started until after we understand the efficacy and all that sort of data analysis. But in order to save time, they've coincided the manufacturing with the analysis in actually phase 3. So that's how we're able to actually get vaccines starting only in a month and a half from now, when they haven't even analyzed all the data yet. So they're able to, both of those companies, Pfizer and Moderna, are the two most relevant right now because they're the furthest along. They're anticipating producing about 20 million vaccines a month. So 20 million for both of them, and then that's going to be distributed across the entire United States. So as I said before, I think Colorado's slated to get somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 or so from each of those companies each month. That number I'm sure will change, but it's population based. So states like California, Texas, and the likes would obviously get a greater share just based on population. But that's pretty much how it works and is going to work. The logistics are not on the drug companies, it's on the states and the federal government to some extent initially, but then it's really dumped onto the states and then the counties subsequently.
We have in 6 minutes, we have a matter that's an abatement hearing, and we want to be on target because following that at 12:30, we show a 12:30 break for lunch. At 12:30, the governor is going to be making an announcement, and then we're going to follow up immediately following that announcement I'm thinking about 1 o'clock. If it's assuming the governor's done within a half an hour, we're going to share the governor's announcement on this screen. So we're just going to keep the meeting going throughout that period. And to make sure that we're done with that abatement hearing, I'd like to get it started on time, but we have about 5 minutes left here or something like that. George, Sean, anyone else that's on the screen here, do you have any questions or comments?
I got a couple really quick ones. First off, Dr. Ryan, thank you. I really appreciated the holistic and wide sweeping nature of your update today, particularly with the practical advice. I fall into that category. Our daughter's down at Western, and the dorm's closing, right? And they didn't give her a voucher for a hotel room, so she's coming to our house. So do survivors of COVID need the vaccination?
That's a great question, Sean, and I would recommend it, particularly if you had COVID early on in this. It's quite possible by the time you get the vaccine, any antibody you have in your body would be gone. Like most of these, whether they're vaccine or through your exposure, there is a time frame on how long the antibodies are going to last in your body. So it certainly can't hurt. If you do still have antibodies, it's not going to have any negative effect on that. It's merely going to bolster what you've already developed naturally speaking. So yeah, for your average citizen, it might be a year since they had COVID. You know what I mean?
Yeah, how long are the drug companies or the experts saying that the protection will last after the booster shots administered?
It's a great question, and that's where the duration of follow-up is absolutely critical. I don't know that they know with any great certainty yet, primarily because they've only given it to individuals 2-3 months ago. And so they're still in the process of that. But that's where that 6-month follow-up, right? Because they're constantly testing them over that 6 months to say, okay, you still have a strong antibody response after 6 months. That's sort of our window now. I don't know, and I haven't seen anything that is suggestive of that number. If I had to guess, it would probably be in the 3 to 6 month window, perhaps longer, but at a minimum of 3 months.
Okay, last question, and I don't necessarily expect you to know the answer to this. I have heard that the way these mutations often go with viruses, that they become more contagious and less deadly. And I know that the spread has really ramped up over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Has anybody commented about possible mutations having a role in that, or do you have any comments about that?
I don't have any comments with any strong conclusions or any fact-based information at this point. It is certainly possible. That is sometimes the way viruses go. They either can mutate in the other direction, which ends up killing themselves off because they're so deadly, or the other direction where it becomes less fatal, but more spread. So I don't know. And this is sort of the information that we're going to be are actively collecting, the CDC, NIH. I haven't seen or heard anything from the state. That seems a little out of the realm of a state Department of Health, more on the CDC level.
Okay, well, thanks so much for everything you're doing. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, great job. George?
Yeah, I just see one on Facebook here that hasn't been asked yet. The statistic about 1 in how many Coloradans have COVID. Do we know? I think the governor had an update on Friday. Do we know what that current number is or what it was the last you heard?
It's an estimate, no matter who you hear it from. It is based on guesswork of what we're seeing in terms of spread. I have said in the past over the time that it was roughly 1 in 300 about 3-4 weeks ago. And then it dropped down to roughly 1 in 200. And then it dropped down 10 days ago to 1 in 100 was what the CDPHE was saying. I am been quoted as saying roughly 1 in 50. Whether it's 1 in 50 or 1 in 100, I think is less relevant than what we need to do and understand that it is, whether it's 1 in 50 or 1 in 100, it's spreading rapidly. And so it's somewhere between there, I would guess, 1 in 50 and 1 in 100. I haven't seen an absolute estimate based on all the information that we have. Again, I haven't gotten anything from the state in almost 10 days. So
the governor said Friday 1 in 110, but I think he was talking about based on confirmed cases. So that would be underrepresented based on asymptomatic people and people who didn't get tested.
Massively underestimated.
Yeah, I think
correct. So any of these estimates you hear, there's always a caveat with them, and you should always ask questions, but unfortunately sometimes you can't. I mean, to Sean's point, if I heard the governor say that and I was there, I would say, what is that based on specifically? Is it based on confirmed cases? Is it based on, because if it's based on confirmed cases, then 1 in 50 with unconfirmed cases seems probably well within the ballpark. It's actually within the bases, if you use a baseball metaphor. So currently in Clear Creek County, and this is relevant for what we're going to hear at 12:30, Clear Creek County has been greater than 350 cases per 100,000 for the last 2 weeks. Over the last couple of days, we've inched up past 500, as you saw in the previous presentation. So we're now in excess of 500 cases per 100,000. And that really has relevance to the color scheme, the rainbow, as I'm calling it, because it gives me pleasant thoughts when I think of rainbows. The COVID rainbow and where the state is potentially going with that. So more coming here in the coming hour.
I think just a quick math problem, 500 divided by 100,000 is 1 in 200. So that's our confirmed cases based on the number of 500.
Right. Confirmed, but again, so maybe in Clear Creek, it's 1 in 100 is actively positive. Confirmed and unconfirmed.
Yeah, I think the stuff I've consistently heard from Dr. Ryan as well as from the state is that the guesses range around maybe 40-ish%. I've heard different numbers of what we're actually finding with tests among what's actually out there. And if you invert that number, you come up with 2.5 per 110. And if you run the math, you end up with 1 per 44. And so rounding up to 1 to 50 is a general guess at what's out there that we're encountering is not an unreasonable estimate at this time, but we're at 11:31 now. I see one other question that needs answered, but we're going to hold that until we come into our second COVID session, which will be at 1 o'clock or immediately following the governor's talk. And again, for everyone here, if you just stay on this channel and stay in the meeting at 12:30, we'll be sharing the screen of the governor's press conference, and then we'll be coming back in at 1 o'clock to discuss the results of that press conference, whatever it is, and also answer further questions. So at this time, I'd like to open the abatement hearing for Winandi. And so Diane, you want to take it away? And Tim, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. See you back here at 1 o'clock, roughly, or after the governor's done.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, good morning.
Diane, do you know if Mr. Winandy's on the phone? I have a couple phone numbers at the top of the attendee list.
He said he was going to call in.
Okay,
I mean, he knows what I'm going to say and everything, but he said he was going to listen in.
All right, I'm going to cross over this phone number and see if that's him.
Yes, that's his number.
Okay, good deal. All right, I've got him crossed over then. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a house that burned in Pine Valley and he was requesting his, and then he had to move to a different house in Pine Valley. Well, he said the senior exemption didn't get transferred to the new house, but for 19, he got it on the house that burned because it didn't burn until February of 2019. So the tax notice that came out January, that as of January 1, he lived in that house. And so he got that exemption, and that is attached here, the tax notice that shows the exemption. And then he sold that. It had 2 houses on it, and he sold the other house. But and he is now then receiving the exemption on the house he moved into. So we didn't skip a year on him, but he wasn't sure about that. So that's why I'm denying the abatement. Mr. Winandy, do you have anything to say? He's muted, Beth.
Yeah, he's muted still.
I'm trying to unmute him, but he might have to do it on his end. It's not letting me unmute him. So
It's unmuted.
there we go.
Hello.
Now he's on.
There.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Mr. Winandi? Yes, we can hear you.
Good. I can hear you too.
Do you have any comment?
No, the lady at the assessor's office explained everything to me fully yesterday. So I am satisfied with what she said.
Okay. And that is denying the abatement, and you're satisfied that that's a fair outcome?
Yes, and then it continues over into my new residence.
Okay. And then we also need to ask for any public comment, I think, don't we? Or do we not? Nope. Okay.
No.
All right.
So then I recommend we accept the assessor's recommendation with respect to abatement case 20-108 for denial.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi. I do have a question, Diane. Maybe you can just help me understand the senior homestead exemption. I think there's a requirement that someone lives in the same home for a certain period of time. And I've seen, it appears there's some kind of an exception for when like a home burns down,
Yes.
which I think is great. Is
Yes,
that
if
all
you-
correct?
Yes, that is true. If you lose your home to fire or something else, and you lived in that home for 10 years, then yes, you can move into another home and immediately get that exemption.
I'm
That's great.
curious, what percentage discount does that generally turn out to work out?
It's 50% of the first $200,000 of
Okay.
value. So it works out to a little over $500 a year, or 500 and some, depending where you live in the county.
So if your house is over 200,000, it essentially knocks 100 grand off your house, no matter how much it's worth.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe that concludes our abatement hearing.
Yep.
So my suggestion is that because we did have a lunch scheduled for 12:30 to 1:30, and since we're now finished at only 11:37, that we hold lunch at this time. And because we're going to be broadcasting the governor's speech at 12:30 and then holding another COVID hearing at 1 o'clock, both of which are during what would be our lunch break. So, and without objection, I think we'll go to a lunch break now, and again, invite the public to be here, Facebook, on KGO Radio, or on our site, on any of the pages, or on this link right here, to listen to the governor and then listen to us discuss the outcome of that. Is that okay with everybody?
That's fine. I just think we should make sure we address police judge's question about Georgetown Christmas Market when we come back.
I agree with that. I think that would be after the governor's talk, would be the most appropriate time for that. Okay. Thanks. We'll
Thanks, everybody.
be here at 12:30 to listen to the governor if you're interested, and then we'll be back in session at 1 o'clock.
Welcome. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Today, we are joined by Denver Mayor Michael Hancock, Senate President Leroy Garcia, Speaker Designee Alec Garnett. Earlier today, I also spoke with House and Senate Republican leadership. An update on where we are, 4,331 new cases today. At this moment in time, 1,378 Coloradans are currently hospitalized. So this is very, very real in our hospitals. Most will make it out, some won't. And in fact, we have lost 2,299 Coloradans due to COVID. I attended my first funeral for a friend that I lost due to COVID this last weekend, socially distanced and much smaller than it would have been. But I know that many have suffered loss, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, aunts and uncles. And we now continue to see our state on this exponential growth curve that we must stop to save lives and avoid overflowing our hospitals. Last week, over the span of 3 days, just to show how fast this virus can grow, we went from 3,500 cases a day to 5,100 to over 6,000. The 4,300 today is usually, we typically have lower early in the week because of less tests on the weekend that are processed. But this growth keeps skyrocketing. We now have over 1,300 patients hospitalized. That's more than we've ever had before. So remember how bad it was in March and April. There are more Coloradans hospitalized today from COVID than in March and April. Our hospitals are starting to get stressed now. They've had time in the last 6 months. They've built capacity. We're not at capacity. We're in a much better place than we were in March and April. But this trend can scientists will study why it goes to these exponential growth patterns. But right now, in the here and now, we in Colorado need to act to stop this exponential growth, to save lives and save our economy. We know that, for example, Parkview Hospital in Pueblo reached more than 100% capacity yesterday, 100 COVID patients. And multiple patients were transferred to other facilities. There is room for them still, but with the experience of Parkview that more and more hospitals are facing, there's only so many beds in the system for both ICU and non-ICU, and we've worked mightily to expand it. We also have some alternative care sites, and we have the ability to do additional work around suspending elective surgeries. But our hospital system is in a period of significant stress right now. And our promise to the people of Colorado is we want to make sure that whether you have COVID or some other condition, there is treatment and a bed for you, right? If you have a heart attack, if you have a stroke, if you have cancer, if you have appendicitis, if you have COVID, if you have pneumonia, we want to make sure that you can get access to the doctor, the nurse, the hospital bed, the care that you need to get better. That's very important. As I shared last week, we're starting to take efforts to surge the hospital capacity. They've been underway for some time. These trends that we're worrying about in many parts of our state are exponential, and we've seen this happen across our country. It's happening in the upper Midwest now. We're just a few steps behind that here in Colorado. And it's a problem everywhere in our state. In Adams County, 1 in 58 people currently contagious with coronavirus. In Denver, 1 out of 64 contagious with coronavirus. In Arapahoe County, 1 out of 83. Statewide, about 1 in 110 people are contagious with coronavirus. And I know that many Coloradans, most Coloradans are doing our part. People are wearing masks. People are staying home when they can. They're avoiding interacting with others. But the truth is, seeing this exponential growth that we are experiencing, we clearly need a more drastic shift in behavior to further slow the transmission of the virus and prevent this exponential growth curve from simply overwhelming our ability to take care of people who are sick. So due to the grim news of the rapid increase in hospitalizations, we are taking action to prevent a catastrophic breach of healthcare. That means that several counties are going into a red phase, which is a severe risk phase, which results in additional steps to make sure that they can recover and avoid any kind of stay-at-home or shutdown or lockdown. If really for people across our state, we want to make it clear that there should not be gatherings between people of different households. You should really live and thrive with your bubble, with your family for the next few weeks in this dangerous period. That's the safest thing that you can do. For those counties that are entering the red phase, indoor dining is temporarily closed. Restaurants and coffee shops still offer takeout, delivery, outdoor dining. But even for the outdoor dining, it really should just be your household going out. It can be on a date with your significant other. It can be your family of 4, your family of 5, but not 8, 10 friends getting together from different households. That is how the virus spreads. And remember, just because indoor dining in some areas might be temporarily closed, it doesn't mean that restaurants are closed. In fact, they need our support and our patronage more than ever before. Takeout, delivery are great ways to enjoy your favorite neighborhood restaurant and help them get through this difficult period. And I encourage you to join me in supporting our restaurants during these challenging times by treating your family to takeout or delivery. And we look forward to working with the legislature to help our cherished neighborhood businesses get through this difficult time period. Bars remain closed in the red areas. Gyms can operate in a very limited capacity with social distancing, 10% capacity. They have to have that reservation system in place. It's good to be healthy. It's good to work out, but we don't want that to be a social environment where the virus will spread. And very importantly, at-risk populations should stay home whenever they can. That's what my parents do, and that's hard not seeing them. They're both in their 70s, but we want them to be here for many years to come. But if you are in your 70s or 80s or 90s, if you have a respiratory condition, if you're significantly obese or diabetic, you really should stay home whenever possible. Meaning you might go to the grocery store and come back, but it's just not the time to see friends or be out. This virus has a significantly higher hospitalization rate and fatality rate. Now, to put things in perspective, the biggest group of people hospitalized are people 40 to 64. This sends people to the hospital of all ages. But there is an even higher risk of hospitalization per person and a higher risk of death if you are hospitalized for people in their 70s and 80s. These are not easy steps to take. But given the rapidly escalating trend in cases and hospitalizations, and tragically the significant increase in deaths that follows that, and that we've seen again in the last few days, we must act now to save lives. We must act now to avoid a shutdown or lockdown. These changes are reflected in an update of the dial system and the forthcoming public health orders. We're working closely with our local school districts on how we can ensure our children continue getting more in-person education. For counties that fall under red or severe risk, childcare facilities remain open, and we encourage preschools through 5th grade students to continue learning in person or to restart if the districts have taken a hiatus. Middle school students can do in person or hybrid or remote. And in the highest risk areas, high schools generally should be hybrid or remote. And higher education, it should be generally online with limited in-person. We know that that's needed, especially around some of the vocational courses. That should continue. But in particular, we want to make sure we emphasize the need for K-5 especially to return to in-person instruction. We feel that based on the data, for many families and for many kids, that is the safest place they can be with the safety parameters that we have at school. And we encourage that in-person service so that our children's future is not yet another casualty of this pandemic. We are working with CDE and CDPHE, the Higher Ed Department, Education Department, to really direct additional federal resources to help school districts safely return to in-person learning sooner rather than later. And that will include very soon, really in the next few days and weeks, including directing some additional funding for outdoor classrooms, for testing, for PPE, for supplies, whatever schools and districts need to be able to get back safely. We want to support that. I know all of these restrictions are very painful. It's a horrible choice. It's a horrible decision for anybody to have to make. County commissioners, mayors, governors. And we hope that this path will accomplish three things. One, prevent even more devastating or drastic steps like a lockdown or a shutdown. Two, help our kids return to learning in person in the weeks and months ahead. And three, have the state step up. And that's why we're joined by legislative leadership to help our small businesses, our restaurants, our childcare providers, our renters get through this tough and dangerous time. I am proud to be standing here with Mayor Hancock, who's been a strong partner on combating the spread of the virus, Speaker-elect Alec Garnett, Senate President Garcia. Speaker-elect Garnett and Senator Garcia are joining me here to make sure Coloradans know that we're committed to ensuring that as we have to make these health measures that are necessary to reduce the exponential spread of the virus, it's important to pair those actions with real financial relief for small businesses, for hardworking Coloradans. Now, of course, nothing we're talking about today prevents any city or county from implementing additional local health measures, and some have, but the changes we're implementing are important for public health, and they're also important for us to get our economy going and return to economic normalcy and avoid the economic devastations of any kind of lockdown. Over the past few weeks, we've seen many leaders across our state calling for coordinated regional action. That's why I'm proud to announce today that state and local governments are acting together. And this week, counties in many parts of the state that are experiencing uncontrolled growth of the virus are moving to this phase in red with the health parameters that we just discussed. Of course, I want to be clear that across our state, the virus is prevalent, and you should avoid interacting with people outside of your household, regardless of what is being done on the policy side in your city, your county, or the state. And while difficult, it's really necessary for counties with sustained and uncontrollable viral growth to take this step to control the rapid spread of the disease, to save lives, to avoid breaching hospital capacity, and to enable them to move forward with opening their economies. In some cases, like in the Front Range, the Northeast, some mountain communities, counties are moving together as a region to save lives. Our Department of Public Health is working closely with counties right now, and over the next few days, we'll share regular updates of what's taking effect and where. I expect a number of counties to be moving in the immediate term. This is a tool for mayors and commissioners and the state to work in tandem where needed to minimize disruptions to the economy and to break the exponential growth curve, which simply doesn't break itself. I just want to be clear. We've seen this play out in areas that have been harder hit. Absent intervention, it just keeps getting worse. Keeps getting worse. And that's what we want to avoid. It's my greatest hope and informed belief that these swift and bold actions will do what we need them to do. Prevent the need for further restrictions to avoid overwhelming our hospitals, get kids back to school in the next few days, weeks, and months, and help Colorado get through this difficult period to bridge until the vaccine is widely available. Such promising news. Over 94% Moderna vaccine, over 90% Pfizer vaccine. First doses in December. Healthcare workers, significant dosage for Coloradans early next year. We're getting there. We're getting there. We just need to get through these difficult few weeks to make sure that we can break this exponential growth curve that has currently forced 1,300 Coloradans into the hospital and will cost us many more lives in the days and weeks ahead. I'm proud to turn it over to Mayor Hancock, an important partner in Denver to talk about what this means for Denver, how they're working to implement these measures, and how we can work together to get through this difficult period. Mayor Hancock.
Governor Polis, and to our legislature leadership, Speaker, Mr. President, for several weeks now, and this has been happening across our country, not just in Denver, in Colorado, cases of COVID have been on an exponential rise. Our country is setting a record for new daily cases and hospitalizations seemingly every day now for the past several days. We're seeing similar trend here in Denver. Our average daily cases rates remain extremely high, especially among young adults, which increases the risk of spreading it to more vulnerable populations. Hospitalizations in the region are the highest they've ever been. What makes this different from March and April, as I've been asked quite a bit from the media, is that we now know more about this virus than we knew back then. We know more about the treatment and the steps to take to appropriately remove the opportunity for this virus to spread from person to person. Our hospitals have had time to prepare, but unlike in March and April, staffing is now a challenge after several months of sustained community spread and the sheer amount of cases we're experiencing today. Doctors, nurses, and hospital staff are once again carrying us on their shoulders, and we as individuals must step up to lessen the burden on them and everyone else. This situation isn't irreversible. Without a coordinated national response, the responsibility remains with the states to take appropriate action to get this back under control. And as you've seen here today with Colorado and states like Washington and Michigan over the weekend, that's the approach being taken. And I hope that other states join all of us in these steps as well. This is a balancing act to maintain our focus on public health protections against COVID without further compounding the additional public health impacts of the economic stress on our families and local businesses. And let me simply say, along with the actions that states are taking, it would be incredibly important for the federal government to take the step to bridge the American people from this moment to the time that we are inoculated with the vaccine. And this is a balanced step that's necessary for all of us to take. I want to thank Governor Polis and CDPHE for listening to our input on the new public health measures being announced today. This is going to be tough on a lot of folks. I know that, and as Governor Polis just mentioned, he understands that as well. That's why we did provide nearly $10 million in emergency relief to 1,760 small businesses in Denver, with a priority put on small businesses existing in our most vulnerable neighborhoods, and set up programs like temporary outdoor dining program, along with grant funding to help cover the costs of these spaces, which we estimated preserved some $287 million in estimated revenue for Denver restaurants. But if we're going to reverse the trend, we must move now with additional measures before more drastic steps have to be taken. And I'm calling on Denver.
Okay, we're back in session. We felt we'd heard enough of what the governor had to say. And so for the next roughly half hour, we're going to have first Tim explain the application of the new state policies and positions on Clear Creek, the impact on us, what that means. And then following that, Alyssa's got some information about some other stuff that she'll be announcing to us, some grant funding and stuff. And then we'll have a discussion among ourselves, the county commission, and we have Mary Hillman and Lynette from Georgetown on. And for other folks, if you can just respond by typing into chat, that would be great. So Tim, it's showtime.
Thanks, Randy. As everyone heard the governor say, CDPHE and the governor's office have put together an additional color on the dial, if you will. What was the old red is now purple. Purple is a full closure, and I will bring up the schematic or the matrix here in a second. But the old red is now the new red, if that makes any sense. And basically, it's an interim step between where we were as a state and as a county, but not shutting down. It's a step that's trying to take the steps, as the governor outlined there, to help reduce the number of cases. It's an exponential growth, and I've been saying this for weeks now. I did not write his talking points, I assure you, but it is absolutely critical for us to put these measures in place, both as a state, but also as a county. As you're all well aware, Clear Creek County has been at 350 cases per 100,000 for the last several weeks. We breached 500 per 100,000 the other day and are still there and continuing to go up. Clear Creek will be one of the counties that is included in the red now. Moving forward, I have not yet gotten confirmation when that will take effect. I heard potentially this Friday. I also heard Sunday, so I don't yet have a confirmed date for that. What does this mean for Clear Creek County? Let me show you and pull up the matrix that I have. You can ignore the confidential watermark. I couldn't take it off. Governor's office put it on there. So as you see here, now we have, can everyone see that? Now we have here on the far right, level purple, which is extreme risk. It's basically the state would shut down back like we were in March and April. They've made this red now the interim between what we were in and what we could be in purple. Basically, it's all counties that are 350, a level of incidence 350 plus out of 100,000 for 2 weeks or greater. These counties that I know of off the top of my head are going to be included in this are Denver metro area and greater Denver, Broomfield, Jefferson County. I don't know about our neighbors to the north, south, and west of us. I imagine, though, a number of those counties will be included in this. And this is sort of the regional approach that he mentioned, where we could put something in place, but if Jefferson County isn't doing it, it's not really going to have as broad of an impact as we would like. So it's going to require a number of counties all on the same page, and that's where this gets us. In terms of what does it mean for the businesses at large in Clear Creek County? So as the governor said, they're asking the high-risk populations, elderly, people with underlying conditions, to stay home. That doesn't mean lock yourself in your home. It means don't interact with others out in the broader community unless you absolutely have to. Get somebody else to go to the grocery store for you. Still socialize and go outside and get some sunshine and vitamin D, which is absolutely critical, not only for your health, but for your mental health. They're not suggesting you lock yourself up in your room and never come out. Quite the contrary. Just limit your exposure to others. As far as variances are concerned, the current variances are going to be reevaluated. I don't think we have much of any in our county as it's given the season. Personal gatherings right now under red, it's a ban, complete ban. Do not have gatherings at your home. Don't invite your neighbors over for drinks. Sit out in your backyard and talk to them across the fence is really what they're suggesting. Childcare will remain open with the standard ratios that are already in place. As he said, around schools, they're really encouraging K through 5 to be in school, as well as middle school and high school as a hybrid potential. The higher education is not really relevant for us. Places of worship, 25% capacity maximum. And there's a number of different things for the places of worship we have here. When I receive the final copy of this that I can share with the broader community, I will get it out ASAP so that everybody can see it on their own. As far as restaurants are concerned, as he said, it is now takeout only, no indoor dining at all. Curbside delivery and to go. with open air outside, and only groups in their own home at any one table. Last call on any premises is 8 p.m., which I don't understand because the bars are closed. So non-critical manufacturing, 25% capacity. Offices, 10% capacity. Remote work is strongly encouraged. So anyone who can work from home, do so. Don't come into the office unless you need to. Bars are closed. As stated here, gym and fitness places, 10% capacity with the reservation system in place to make sure that they can manage the flow well. Group sports and camps, virtual or outdoors in groups of less than 10. Critical and non-critical retail is at 50% capacity. They really wanted to make sure, and these guidelines, the LPHA members, myself and my peers around the state, we did have the ability to input as much as we could into this to help with our perspective from across the state. So this wasn't a sort of a one size fits all. We really tried to put our points in there as it relates to our local businesses. So critical and non-critical retail, we really wanted to have businesses still open for Christmas, shopping and the likes, but with reduced capacity at 50%. Personal services, 25% capacity. Limited healthcare settings, 25% capacity. Indoor and unseated events are closed. Indoor seated events and entertainment are closed. Outdoor and unseated events and entertainment, 25% capacity with a maximum of 75% or 75 people. Outdoor seated events and entertainment, again, at 25% capacity. Outdoor guided services and entertainment, 25%. And if your business or other does not fall into any of these categories, we will find answers to your questions. This is an interim step. From my understanding right now is we're going to remain in this for a 1 month period. So 30 days, and then the state will be reevaluating. The good thing is we're all going into this together, for the most part of our neighbors. So we will hopefully come out of it together. And that sort of approach is, I think, the best suited for what we're facing right here now in Colorado. Alyssa has some good news with all of the bad news that I had to bear. And so Alyssa, without further ado.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so we recognize this is unfortunately not the news that everybody wanted to receive, but I do have some good news that will hopefully alleviate some of everyone's stress. We just found out about 2 hours ago that we have been awarded an additional $834,520 from the state. What this means for businesses is that we will have a round 2 of funding for the business grant, which is incredible. Like this, we have so much money and we're so excited about this. We have an additional $724,020 from the county, and then Idaho Springs actually submitted the same grant for business support for $250,000. So what this means is that we have $974,020 to grant in a second round. We are extremely excited to be able to do this and to support businesses during this incredibly tough time. At the end of the day, we will have awarded $1,508,020. More information to come on round 2, as well as how this impacts businesses that were awarded in round 1. There is an important information in an email that some of you have already received and others will receive shortly in regards to round 1 application. So we're really excited about this opportunity. Thank you to our partners at Idaho Springs who also applied for the grant to be able to add additional funding for this.
Okay. I did learn that Grand County is remaining in orange at this time. Their numbers must be different than ours. The indication I've heard previously was that I thought Summit was going to red. And but I haven't been able to confirm that today with the latest information. And that's why I was checking my phone a second ago to see what I was getting back.
And Randy, I think one thing related to that that's important to understand is not every county is going to it today or on Friday. As the governor said, over the next several days, that list of counties will grow. in terms of their numbers because they've only been above 350 for a week. And so it doesn't yet bump them up to that level. So just important to
Okay.
remember.
Thanks for that clarification. And then that also brings up the point that, you know, the information I'm getting back on these questions could be as of today versus as of Sunday or as of Friday or whenever the date turns out to be as well. So
Yeah, it's definitely not today. I know that for sure. It will likely be, as I said, Friday or Sunday. As soon as I hear, I will let everybody know.
Okay, Sean, I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, I had two questions, and I know I had heard a little bit of rumblings about a curfew. I know that there's a 10 p.m. curfew in Denver right now, and I'm sorry if I missed it, Tim, but is there a curfew element to this new level red as well?
You know, Sean, that's a great question. It was a part of the original draft that I received Sunday night and have subsequently received. It was not in this draft that we received this morning. So I don't know the answer to that. I think it's a valuable piece of the pie, if you will, or potentially a valuable metric that we can potentially have. I don't know if it was taken out or if it's still in there. But it was 8 o'clock for those counties in red in the draft form. I will find that out for sure.
Okay, and yeah, just I know that we gave the state a little bit of a hard time when we had them in a meeting, whatever it was, 10 days ago, and I appreciate their coordinated approach. Although I'm going to say, next time I meet Governor Polis, I'm going to give him the same speech I heard about Lombardi time when I was a young man about showing up on time because he's always late. But the second part, the question I have for you, Alyssa, is the grants that we just received notification on today. That's fantastic news. I just spoke to a business owner, restaurant owner in Evergreen, and he's very discouraged. And I imagine that a lot of our restaurant owners feel the same way. And I know that that sounds like a lot of money, but when you divide it by all of the stakeholders who are being affected by this, it's not going to do the job. And I know that that money was approved based on a reality that was a month ago, maybe. Do we have any kind of line of sight, or has anybody set any expectations about additional relief?
As of right now, we have not been given any word about additional relief. I think what everyone is waiting for is just the first of the year, and we'll know more then. But as of right now, this is all we know about. There is a United Way grant that we plan on applying for that can be used into 2021. But the conversations are a little bit different on how we intend to use those funds. And we haven't exactly landed on the fund, what it's going to be used for yet. So.
Yeah, Sean, to answer your question, I think until, and we all know what's going on at the federal level, I think until we get a massive package from the federal government, things are going to remain sort of this way, piecemealing things in pieces as best we can until that comes to fruition, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
And one thing that I did not mention, the details on the second round of the grant are hopefully going to be announced tomorrow. We'll be sending out an email to everybody. But this grant will be first come, first served basis. There will not be that full on process that we went through last time. We're trying to expedite these as quickly as we can because this money does need to be spent by the end of the year. And so it will be on a first come, first served basis.
One thing I do want to mention, because it's been a many conversations over the last several weeks, is the Christmas in Georgetown, the Christmas festivities. The short answer is it's not going to happen, given what, I'm sorry, I could not be transparent in my communications over the last several days. I have to be cryptic, but it cannot go on based on these new regulations that are being put in place, unfortunately.
Right. And I think regrets from all of us for not being able to share it even a day earlier. We were instructed through the health department by the governor that this was privileged information, and he didn't want anybody letting it out until he expressed it today. And so it's not just Tim sitting on this thing by himself. It was an admonition by the governor that it was big news, and he didn't want us to let it out until he said it. So.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that we're nonetheless talking about I think a fairly significant period of notice for restaurants. At least they get the next 5-6 days to sell their disposable inventory, to adjust how they're ordering, all of that stuff, deal with staffing.
Yep. I think another thing I'd like to, I mean, we've all got, this isn't any policy thing or anything I've discussed with anybody here, but there's even, it's occurred to me that, of course, many of us have been working hard at doing takeout and trying to patronize restaurants and everywhere to the extent that we can. And I think some of the things, the ideas that we've kicked around for marketing for Clear Creek County through COVID and beyond, that are in response to this, the takeout and everything else, is we need to, as a community, take out, just pull out all the stops to be supportive of those businesses and give them all of the business that we can within the range of services that they are able to offer. And that includes Thanksgiving dinners, everything. You don't have to cook this year. You don't have to go to Safeway. I'm not sorry, Safeway. I'm not saying that, but we got a lot of small businesses here that could use help. And for those who don't go, and trust me, we're still going to be at Safeway. This is not going to reduce Safeway's business. But as much as possible, we need to be patronizing every one of these businesses to the extent that they can operate legally and safely.
Yeah, thanks for saying that, Randy. There is one thing that I would like to plug in regards to that. Becca Abrahamson, our consumer protection specialist, I always butcher her title, but I believe that is her title. She is working directly with businesses to help improve their online presence, specifically focused on takeout. And so if you're a restaurant owner and you are listening to this and you're worried about your online presence and you really want to step up your takeout game, please reach out to us. She's helping with Google websites, she's helping with pictures, and she's working in collaboration with the Tourism Bureau, who has a specific website dedicated to this. We are also in contact with Yelp Colorado, who has agreed to help us. The details of that are not worked out yet, but they do a fantastic job online promoting businesses. And they have a specific program for takeout. So those are just a few things we're working on right now. So if you are a restaurant owner listening to this, we want to help you improve your takeout business. So please reach out to us.
I see a question in the question and answer from Cass Patton. How will this affect ski areas? For me, that's an unknown. I don't think there's been a statement that's come out about anything changing with ski areas, except to the extent that I would imagine that any of the services that they do offer, like their restaurant, have to operate at under the same rules. But Tim?
Yeah, it's my impression that the ski industry is the holy grail. It's the third rail that the governor is not willing to touch just yet. It drives most of our economics in winter. So you're right on, Randy, that the ski resorts will remain open. Their restaurants and food service and those sorts of things will fall under the same guidance and guidelines that the restaurants do outside of ski areas. So Loveland will maintain its status. Its restaurant will have to change how it works, and I have a call this afternoon with Loveland. I also received Echo Mountain's operational plan approval this morning from the state, and I have forwarded that on to Echo Mountain, so they will be opening shortly as well. But the same scenario. I think things would have to get significantly worse for the governor to shut down the ski resorts at this point.
And I have another question that when you and I talked earlier, you asked me if I had any questions. And at 72 years old, the first thing I saw at the top of the list was high-risk population, stay at home. And some clarity around, first of all, who the high-risk population is, just even though we can look it up and find it. A lot of times that's subject to interpretation. When people read it, they read what they want to hear. And secondly, what does stay at home really mean? And just to throw some examples out before you take off with it, I'm 72 years old. But my intention is that I would still be able to head out the door like I did just over lunchtime to relieve a little stress and head up North Empire Road, and I'll be cross-country skiing up there in the wintertime. And I presume those are not the kinds of things that are meant to be covered by a stay-at-home order. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. So the vulnerable population is anyone who's immunocompromised for whatever reason, cancer, otherwise, anyone with underlying health conditions, particularly respiratory conditions, COPD, asthma, et cetera. And then anyone, and I would put in anyone over 60 years of age, really should absolutely minimize their contact with other people in public places. So I would strongly encourage, on the flip side of that, go out, get some vitamin D. Vitamin D boosts your immune system. It's absolutely critical. Sit in the sun for 15 minutes every single day and get that vitamin D. Interact with your neighbors at a distance. Stand in the middle of the road and chat with your neighbors. I mean, in Clear Creek County, you can stand in the middle of the road in most places and not get run over by a car. Do that sort of thing. We're social human beings, and it speaks to the mental health of the community. Be social, but do it in a responsible way. Wear a mask, socially distance, and don't do it inside. Talk to your neighbor over the fence. Rekindle what we used to know as community. Put down your stupid cell phone and turn off your computer and interact with another human being at a distance. It will go a very long way for your mental health, as well as your social being, right? We're all social people. So go out and do those things. Just don't go to the grocery store and other places where you're interacting with strangers you don't know, and you're in a place, in an environment where the potential is much greater for you to contract COVID. And Randy, I don't think you look a day over 50, to be quite honest.
Yeah, well, and I was going to suggest for Sean's sake that we lower the age to about 55 or so, but
something along those lines that I want to just point out to our listeners. Loaves and Fishes is an organization that provides a critical service. Its volunteer base is largely at risk. If you are not in at-risk population and you are looking for a way to serve your community, I would call Loaves and Fishes. They're going to need volunteers.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point, George. The more we can bring food to those people who don't want to go to the grocery store because of the fear of COVID, the more we can help and support them, the better off everyone will be.
And I'd like to point out that as hard as George has been working, we've all been paying attention to it, but he's worked extra hard. So have Alyssa. A lot of people that are on screen here, Amy Saxton works with Alyssa a lot. That we're not, it's still showtime. I mean, we're moving forward. We're going to keep working on all the things we've been working on. And that means that the grants that you just heard about today, the additional funding that we're getting is not, in our minds, the end of it. We're working on it. We're through CCAT right now, County Commissioners acting together. We're already mobilizing today because we've heard of some additional funding that's going to be coming out of the state, and through that's additional CARES funding being relinquished. And so we're going to be going to work lobbying and doing everything we can to get more money as we go forward into and through this. But the basic summary is that within a few days, our restaurants are going to be closed to indoor dining and will be operating on takeout. It's incumbent upon all of us to try to support them. Some of the other businesses aren't impacted as much, so we're a community. We got to work together. We got to do everything we can to help each other. And that means the businesses, because we want them all there once we break out on the other side of this thing into the daylight.
Yeah, and since we're talking about recovery resources, just to add to that, there is the Grand Foundation is administering for us a cash assistance program and individuals. I realize this is going to result in a lot of people coming off of schedules and needing help there too. So Grand Foundation is your resource for that. And then I just want to, Police Judge Kelsey, Mayor Hillman, we've been meeting weekly with all of the municipal leadership to figure out what to do with all this money and how to get more money. And they've been really great and energetic. And I just want to name them and thank them here.
Yeah, I'd just say, George, that's been a great partnership, and us having the meetings, of course, we're all tired of meetings, but I think they were very valuable to how we collaborated and worked together to make sure that we did our best to make sure that our citizens and our businesses in the community are well taken care of. A couple of quick things, Dr. Rand. I'm sorry, I was going to type it in, but since I'm a panelist, it won't let me type in anything, I guess. So like the Argo touring or the hot springs, what's going to be the guidelines on them?
That's a great question, Mike. And I, as you saw in that the matrix, every single business category is in there in the guidance on that. But anything that is a group of non-household members is going to not be able to happen. So tours that are not in one household sort of thing aren't going to be allowed under the new guidelines.
Okay.
As far as the hot springs, I'm going to have to go there myself and spend a few hours to really get a sense of the land and the lay of the land there, and get a sense of the business and what capacity they might have there, and the maximum capacity they could have.
Okay, as soon as you know that, it'd be advantageous to the city. You know, we did an ordinance for our local enforcement.
Right.
And that way, once you find out the information and what guidelines that you would like us to, when we go over there, to make sure they're complying to, that we're aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll do that for all the mayors in each of the towns, and make sure that everyone's on the same page and has a clear understanding of what is and what isn't. That way we're not chasing down things that we don't really need to be chasing down.
Craig Abrahamson has submitted a question. Any restrictions on hotels?
Not that I'm aware of. I know there are restrictions on Airbnb and that sort of thing. But hotels directly, I have not, none of the guidance that they've put forward so far in draft or otherwise have mentioned hotels. I think they sort of see hotels as individual and independent rooms. And most common spaces in hotels now are pretty much closed. Restaurants, bars, et cetera, associated with them. So if I hear otherwise, I obviously, again, will pass that on to everybody.
So like the ski areas, the functions that would fall underneath this that are provided by a hotel would be governed by this matrix until some other policy comes out.
Correct.
To your knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another meeting coming up at 1:30, and I think we should do that on time. We're having a work session regarding the sports shooting range with Lisa Lieben. I think I'd like to call a 2-minute break and be back in here in a couple minutes. So thanks everybody for being here, and Lynette and Mike, I really appreciate your cooperation of your communities with understanding and working on this. And I know that you're directly linked to a lot of these activities that are being impacted, and I appreciate your cooperation.
Quick question, follow on for George. You mentioned the Ground Foundation. If I am somebody listening out there who wants to follow up on this, what do I do? Is there a website to go to? Is there a phone number to call? How would they actually accomplish that?
Yeah, it's actually on our website. So if you go to clearcreekcounty.us, I believe, there's a COVID specific website or a landing page, and on the left it says local resources. If you click on local resources, it'll be listed right there. It's called I think it's called the Clear Creek Cares About Individuals. I could be getting that wrong.
And Sean, we'll put that link directly on our Facebook page as well.
Thanks.
Yep.
And I did just, if I mentioned this a second ago, sorry, but there's so much stuff cramming through our brains right now. I did just hear back from Thomas Davidson over in Summit County that yes, like us, Summit County is upon this schedule that we'll learn when the date is moving into red. So we're not in this alone.
Not at all.
All right, see you in a couple of minutes.
Bye.
And now that you lower the volume, they're finished. They're done. The volume is okay.
The what?
The volume is okay.
Clark, you're unmuted.
Thank you.
You want the camera or not?
Yeah, go ahead. No, leave it alone.
Hear it?
Clark, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they want you muted.
Yes, we can hear you. We were suggesting that maybe right now you didn't want us to. We'll be coming on in a couple of minutes.
assistance.
Good afternoon, Brian. Hi, Lisa.
Commissioner, Lisa, how are you?
Hello.
Okay,
Alright.
we're back in
We're back in
session.
session.
I'm getting an echo.
I'm getting an echo. Is
anyone else hearing me?
anyone else hearing me?
I'm gonna back out.
I'm gonna back out and come back in.
Randy, it's coming through. Clark's microphone.
Oh yeah, you're doing the same thing, George. Yep. Clark must have a delay on or something.
Hi, Frank.
Clark, I don't know if
Clark,
you have.
I don't know if you have both.
Can you hear me?
Both a phone.
Both a phone.
And a computer,
And a
on
computer on or something.
No, just a computer.
Well, maybe Clark.
Maybe Clark ought to
back out and come
back
back
out
in.
and come back in.
Okay.
And I'd like to point out that I think Adam Springer was supposed to be on today, but he sent Jeremiah Johnson as his stand-in.
I think that's a fair comment. I was seeing how wild I could get it while we're still in the COVID climate, but I think it's exceeding expectations.
I think you and Tim and Bottomley are going for the Kaczynski Award.
Right.
I'll have to compare.
All right. Can I get
So Clark,
started?
can you unmute and let us see how this is going here? Okay, are we, can you hear us, Clark?
Hear you.
And we're not echoing now. That's a good thing. There appear to be two Clark Vargases with us on screen. All right, Lisa, you want to take it away?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone. Thanks for being here. I requested this work session today to give an update and to facilitate a discussion about the public gun range project. We're approximately 80% through our contract with CVA and are scheduled to receive the final project documents in December. So the plan is to use those documents when we receive them to finish our application for a CPW grant in January. I've also asked the Sportsman's Club President Brian to be here to give us an update on the club's position. But first, I want to share with you the good news that my memo had an error that CPW funds have been reduced because of the COVID, and that was as Jim Guthrie let me know that that's incorrect. The funds are in good shape and we should be able to apply for a $375,000 grant with our $125,000 match. And if we could increase that match, we could ask for more, but it is a 25% match. And so that would increase greatly what we could ask for in both phases 1 and 2, which is significantly better than the projection I had in my memo. So I'm glad to share that piece. And Jim's with us today to correct anything I say wrong or to add anything he wants to add to that. I'll look forward to hearing from that. And but before I just get started, then I would like to hear from Brian. Oh, sorry about that. I'll turn that down. Because I think it's important that this discussion include it. We started out as a partnership, and I'd like to know where the gun club is before we continue our discussion.
Can you hear me, Lisa?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I, for some reason, I'm not able to start video here, and obviously I was on video. So I apologize for that. I shifted around my table so I had better light in front of me, but all right. Well, I'll just talk to you again. Apologize for the technical difficulty here. So we conducted a member survey in September, and we had 600 of our 900 plus members respond, and we asked questions about what members liked best. We asked a combination of free form answer questions and some multiple choice. And so we asked questions about what people appreciated about our range today, what they like best. We asked questions about their level of interest in the club running a public range. We asked about the type of shooting they do, things like that. I asked them to break it down into pistol, rifle, shotgun, all three equally, that kind of thing. And the responses we got back made it clear that our membership likes this location an awful lot. And they also made it clear that the economics, as well as a secondary consideration of liability, cause our members to be not interested in running a public range. That said, I've asked a small group of our members in recent weeks if there would be a path through that they would be interested in, I'll call it public range light, that I was looking for their buy-in before approaching you all, and was suggesting an unstaffed portion of the range that would at times be open to the public. And I did not get traction on that with our members either. That said, if there's any interest from this group, not necessarily in this conversation, but in exploring an option like that, again, I don't currently have the backing of the club, but I personally would be interested in chatting with you all about that if you're interested from your side. And again, while I don't have the backing of the club here, if we can outline some agreement that could work from your side, that would give me something concrete to take back to the club rather than my currently relatively abstract ideas. And I guess to touch once more on the points which caused our members to collectively recoil, it was, again, the economics of running the range. And as we saw this year, we were shut down for 4 months, obviously, for the fire bans. And that makes it more than a little difficult to run a business when you could have interruptions of that length. And moreover, as we've discussed with this group at some length, running a public range as currently envisioned entails really an entrepreneurial venture. And that's, beyond the, I'll say, ability of our club. And as I've mentioned, beyond the interest level. And then again, liability is a significant concern because when we're dealing with the general public, there certainly is a lesser degree of proficiency than there is in our private club, where we, do things to ensure that members have a solid background and that kind of thing. So no doubt there's more liability when dealing with the general public.
Does anyone have any questions for Brian before I continue?
No, go ahead, please, Lisa.
Okay, I would like to then start with an outline of the summary of 80% status of the work. Matt, if you would put that up, that's got the 3 estimates and the project total, which gets us, because I think one of the biggest points here was, as I called it, sticker shock for $2.646 million for the project. That's a bit higher than we anticipated, but it is broken out to where I think we can understand what we could do in a phasing for a grant, because keeping the project moving forward is important. Regardless of our partnership of whom that may be with, we need to look at what we can do. And these were the, if you'd stay on the first sheet, please, thank you. So as you can see, the lead recycle and soil remediation cost at 218, that should be one of the first pieces of this to clean the site up. That's the environmental work that needs to be done that hasn't been done. They have been mitigating it, but this is definitely the first step. The construction drawings, we are not going to get full construction drawings from this project. We will still need to finance and go through that last phase. And Clark is here. He'll be much better to explain the details of that when we get to those questions. But what I want to get from the board today is what pieces, if we're okay to move forward with the grant application, and if there's any questions from anyone about the construction costs. And as you can see, the biggest one was the architectural range in the clubhouse. That's the big piece. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions before I move forward.
So I think sticker shock is a good way to describe it. This isn't what I expected to see. What were our expectations? I mean, I think we had sort of earmarked a pot of money that would max out the match for the CPW grant, but there we're talking whatever $500,000 or $600,000, not $2 million more than that. So how do we get to where we are now?
That's a good question, and perhaps we didn't have enough detail to have a good estimate at the beginning, whereas now this is, and Matt, if you'll go through the next 3 pages now, we can see that broken out into the lead recycling, but actually go to the next one, because that's a smaller piece than I think so Clark, do you want to jump in here and give us a little more explanation of the costs since you put this together?
Yeah, in order to understand, what you're looking at, if you take a look at the range items totaling $546,000, that is an actual cost estimate of, materials, plus installation. And then to that, because we're at the level of design that we haven't got the accuracy that we need, there's a 20% contingency that is added, to that amount. Then the $546,000 cost is actually a subcontractor cost of the actual work that is being done. When the several subcontractors get grouped under a general contractor that leads the construction, his overhead and profit is going to be about 15% just for handling and managing the project. The engineering fees, I think that we had, projected it at I use 7.5% here, but in actuality, I think that in our contract, we said that we would do it for 7%, and I'll hold it to that. And then a 4% was added for survey and geotech in order to provide the soil data to do the actual design with. Okay, so a $546,000 project is actually budgeted for $800,000. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand the mechanics of it. I don't understand us charging forward without at least discussing a budget for what the county could actually afford.
No, I mean, that's not what was given to us. You know, you gave us a project, you told us how to design it, you know, and we made an estimate of what the cost is going to be.
Okay.
We were not designing to a specific budget, nor did we know that we had a budget that we needed to hold to.
Okay, I thought that was the answer. Thanks.
And as you saw, could you go to the third page, Matt? The clubhouse really was a chunk of this also. So that would obviously, if we were phasing this, be one of the pieces that we'd probably not do right away and move away from. But so that, and those numbers are being refined. Like we said, what we sent out was only the rough draft at the 80% stage to have everyone look at it and see if there's any outstanding concerns. That's where we're at now. And now is the perfect time for dialogue and questions of how to proceed. And I welcome Jim, if you want to jump in from CPW's point of view and let us know, is this typical of the way it's done with other jurisdictions through the grant process?
There we go. I've seen prices all over the place. A lot of it can depend on where the construction is being done. You know, is it a high cost or a lower cost area? Is there volunteer and donated equipment? I've tried to kind of compile what would be average reasonable costs, and it's pretty difficult. So I wish I could shed more light. I can talk to our engineering section and see if they have thoughts on it. They've been involved with, you know, a number of projects on state wildlife areas. So they may have a sense, but not only this type of project, but all kinds, it's really difficult to come up with an average when there are just a lot of variables in there. So I know I sound like I'm dodging it, but it's just, you know, $1 million. Yeah, it seems high, but it might be perfectly reasonable. And anyway, so yeah, I wish I could put a better light on it.
And I mean, I'd love for Randy, you and George to weigh in too. When I think about this, I think about our financial realities of where we find ourselves as a county right now. And perhaps it may make sense kind of as a parallel to think about, you know, what's a minimally viable solution that achieves our closures with the forest that doesn't give us a financial obligation that we don't currently have an answer for.
I had exactly the same reaction when I saw the sticker on the window of this thing. It was so radically different than anything that we had anticipated from our previous conversations. You know, to move forward with, you know, $400,000 to $500,000 worth of money on a $2.6 million project, and imagine when we simply look at the lead remediation alone, 40% of the funds that we see available in front of us would be gobbled just by doing that. And when you look at the balance of it, it's hard to imagine how the other expenditures would actually lead us. The other expenditures applied towards this ultimate design would actually lead us towards something that we could use by the time the balance of that 500,000, the other 300,000 was expended. And so I think it's going to take some serious conversation among ourselves to even understand this. Now, it could be that I know it could be that through other funds that become available, federal and other, ultimately for recreation management, that something like this could receive more funding. But we just came out of another meeting where we were looking at a lot of funding that's going to be required to take care of a lot of other problems we've got right now too. And it's really hard for me to wrap my head around I mean, I hesitate to jump out running hard at building a fourth of something until we see where the other 3/4 is likely to come from within the reasonably predictable future.
I tend to agree, especially if it's true, and I think it is, that, I mean, is there a $500,000 chunk of this that would get a public range operational? Randy, I'm not.
It would get 15 lanes rolling that would achieve closures. To what, speaking to what Sean just said a moment ago.
Right. Yeah, precisely.
What can we do? What portion of this can we do, which within the reasonably foreseeable future would achieve the purpose upon which we originally embarked, or toward which we originally embarked, which was get the closures?
And I suspect the answer to that is no. And I wonder, Lisa Clark is making recommendations on phasing within the scope of work.
I mean, we can get to it. It's not, but we can get to it. One of the first things is that you got to master plan the whole thing, because if you do it in phases, then you got a demobilization cost that have got to be taken into account. Then if you stretch out the project, at the time that you calculate the subcontractor's cost, those costs increase incrementally, every year. You gotta build a projection, when it's going to be done. For the phase one, if the $500,000 is correct, could get the engineering permitting done, could get the soil remediation and some of the removals that have got to occur, and then get the utilities for the site. Okay. On the phase two, listening to what you have just said, then in order to get you to the 15 or whatever has got to 15 or 25 that have got to be met, then you would have to spend the money on ranges 2 and 4. If those are rehabilitated to bring it up, then that meets the public access requirement for this project. And then everything else then would have to hold, sometime to the future.
And the big challenge there is, how do you put staff on site without a clubhouse?
Without a clubhouse, right?
And how do you have a public range 50 yards from I-70 without staff on site?
Right.
Correct. Well, double wide trailer could be configured. That has been done before, but it's a temporary facility.
We've got some temporary structures like that in Clear Creek County that were installed in the 50s.
Yeah, I know.
Lisa, this is Jim Guthrie. This is probably an aside, but I know Department of Local Affairs paid for a clubhouse at a range out in Dodsero, I think the Eagle County range. They paid for that, and we paid for, the range improvements themselves. So that could be a kind of new source of funding that you may not have looked at before.
Thank you, that's helpful. Because we've been working on this contract scope, so we have not explored optional ways to look at this, and I think we need to, for sure. I agree with everything that's been said, then maybe there's a different way to do this and look at it.
Something that I think information that would be valuable to me would be to anything that can help me understand how some of the decisions we made in the design are driving cost. I realize it's not, a redesign is not within the scope of work of your contract, but it might be necessary for us to take another look at some of those decisions.
One of those, the biggest decision I could think of was making it smaller. I'm doubting that increased the cost.
I know we were talking about earthwork and how far those lanes went into the mountainside. And I know, Clark, you put a lot of work into minimizing that need, but I think we're still doing some pretty significant cuts, right?
We are, we're building some retaining walls, that have been looked at by the county engineer, and he's got some requirements that have got to be met. A simple, light crossing, is going to require a traffic study now, in order to, do the, proper signage and lighting and this type of thing. So that add costs. We're going through curb cuts that are going to have to meet full, county requirements. And a lot of these things, add cost to the project.
Matt, would you put up the last page of the schematic drawing set, please? That will help. One change that has been made that I should point out to everybody is shooting lanes number 11 and 12 were reduced to 75 yards instead of 100 yards. This did help some costs that we saw mounting quickly, and we appreciated CBA taking that out. But to Randy's point, one of the things we did add is we asked for the sound engineer to give us state-of-the-art sound noise attenuation and mitigation for that in the shooting sheds. And so I think we did some of that. Those type of decisions drove the cost. Clark, could you give us an estimate of how much the sound attenuation piece may have added? Are we looking at 5%?
You're looking at about 10%, about $25 out of 200
per square foot.
Per square foot. Yeah.
Let me ask a really basic question. If we decided, I'm not saying we're going to decide, but if we decided to start with this minimally viable, minimally legal configuration, and we essentially just left the Sportsman's Club configuration as is, how many lanes would we get credit for?
Well, it depends. I guess there's 32 shooting positions there right now. Isn't that my recollection? Is that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know it's my recollection, but is it accurate? And how many of those could be public?
Well, we went through a go around. What do they mean by a shooting lane? And I think that we came up with a mix of 100 yard, 50 yards, and 25 yard shooting lanes that have got to be provided, and that is where we ran into the problem.
Okay, so I don't know that we're in a position to answer that question now, but I'd like an answer for that at some point, because I think we may be forced into realities that no one likes, just because of the economic or the design realities, because of the economic realities that we're currently having to manage through.
Randy, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You have $200,000 on mitigation for the soil. Is the county going to bear that cost, or is some of the gun range going to donate some money into that cost too? I'm thinking that would be a money saver there too.
Well, whatever it is, it all needs to be done. I think I'm looking at it as a holistic budget. I'm thinking of it from having a whole bunch of construction projects under my belt. And what I'm thinking about is if we are now seeing that, yeah, we're going to get all the money we ever thought we were going to get, and it's $500,000, and we embarked on a project to figure it out. And we got the design done effectively, and then we priced that preliminary design, and we had $2.6 million. If I said, if I said, design me a house for $500,000, and we designed it and I priced it, and it was 2.6, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
And our scope of work, I should point out, did not say we want $1 million range here. So that may have been part of staff's fault that we didn't make it no more expensive than X. We may have asked for the Cadillac and could afford only the economy car.
Yeah. The Cadillac was a sound mitigation part, maybe. I don't know that the rest of it was a Cadillac request anywhere. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, the fact that we arrived here and that we were all surprised is an opportunity for shared accountability. Any one of us could have asked, hey, ballpark me, how close are we to, what's the funding available? I never asked that question. So anyway, we don't have to dig into that right here. I'm curious, what are our options moving forward? What direction do you need from us to keep this thing going? We have a contract, we're 80% through.
Yes, that will finish. So that finishes up the year. We'll finish that contract. I think the next question is, should we take more time before we consider applying to CPW for anything, or should we try to put together an application with bare bones minimum of what can be done for the first phase and possibly to get it open? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And it seems like a recommendation on phasing might allow us to see our way through something we could apply for next year. I don't know that I have the information to have an opinion right now about whether we should be making that application. I would just want to see line of sight to success.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I think we've all said the same thing. The problem I would have is embarking enthusiastically on a grant application and trying to build a grant application that builds 20% of something, 15 to 20% of something that we need to accomplish what we consider to be success. So we need to redefine what success is. And this is a large enough gap between our expectations and this, at least, version of reality, to not be able to, for me, to be able to jump to a conclusion today. I need more time to think about and understand and begin to itemize what the other opportunities are for funding and what the other opportunities are for savings in order to make the demand side and the supply side come towards something that can, again, predictably be realized within our lifetimes. To accomplish the original goal, because we weren't going to do anything except we needed to get some closures in the forest. And in my mind, it involves more conversations with the U.S. Forest Service, who through the Rec Sports Shooting Partnership determined what it was we needed to do to get those closures, to find out what satisfies them. I mean, there are a number of things. If we end up with something that and we've declared some lanes as public lanes, I just have to be kind of openly blunt about this. I'm not sure what their reaction is going to be to having the same number of lanes that they had before, but just declaring some of them public, because that implies that there may be people that are, there may be a loss of an opportunity on one side that's gained on this side, and there's not a net gain of opportunity. And the Forest Service may or may not view that as having satisfied the additional recreational capacity that's required to get those closures. Those are, and I'm not saying they will or they won't, but these are conversations that we need to have to understand how we can redefine the goal and redefine the resources to bring the two together. And that's not going to happen in this meeting today because we're still kind of reeling with sticker shock and maybe realizing that Audi R8 is not the car I'm going to get.
And I would just quickly also represent Gilpin's interest gently, that if there's a way that we can extend our analysis to incorporate their lane closures as well without creating a massive additional homework assignment for ourselves,
Right.
I know that they would appreciate that.
As an example, if they were able to equal the match that we were trying to put up and they equaled it, that doubles the match, and potentially does that potentially double the grant, which brings us, I mean, doubling the amount of revenues is a great thing, but if it moves us from 20 to 40%, then there's still work to be done on the demand side.
So
go ahead, George.
Oh, I was just going to say, hearing that, I mean, I think one of the things for the county team, which is currently Lisa and Matt and I, is to probably try to get CPW and U.S. Forest Service into a meeting to just kind of reflect on where we're at and how this changes our perspectives. It seems like a much bigger project than any of us expected, and I think that might be true for the recreation sports shooting group as a whole, coming out of this agreement.
Yeah, and I'm happy to dig in on that as well in the conversation, George, because of the continuing relationship on exactly these kinds of topics that I'm having with the Forest Service too. And I'm not trying to step on anything or take anything away. I'm just saying I'm happy to contribute to that conversation and that communication too. That's all. Just willing to help pick up part of it and run with it because we got a problem here we got to solve.
Yeah, I agree with both of those. And honestly, I'm not sure how much more we can accomplish sitting here right here today.
Yeah, I think so. We just defined a few things we need to do. I think we're going to have to sit down and have a kind of a brainstorming work session with more time once we've had a chance to stop stumbling around, reeling from sticker shock and clearly and think and begin and list out a bunch of opportunities on both the demand and supply side and confirm some realities about what satisfies the original goal.
So, and then, I mean, other decisions that are in front of us. How are we instructing negotiations around the Sportsman's Club's use of that site as it currently exists in 2021? That's something that we've got to direct staff on sooner than later, right?
The club lease is up December 31st, so we will need direction of how to renegotiate that.
I think that's a subject of negotiations, and we ought to have a discussion about what our long-range plan is, maybe in another setting, to understand that. I mean, I will venture to say my attitude right now is until we have a viable path that justifies significant change to existing resources, I'm not of a mind to remove those resources from the shooting public until we've got something that is supposed to, we were looking for a win-win situation. We don't have a viable path to something better than what we've got now. And until we have a viable path to something better than what we've got now, my suggestion is whether we want something better or not, we should maintain the status quo until we have an opportunity to make it better. But that's, we haven't even identified, we need to pull together and have a discussion about what's likely to be a time frame to even adjust our sites. If that's a long time, then we may want to renew a lease. If we can get something done faster, then we may want to come up with a different arrangement, but one that's still respectful of the club.
Yeah, I agree. And Randy, thank you're right for pointing out that we don't have to have that conversation here. Another element of this is just my bandwidth as the commissioner assigned to this. When I accepted this assignment and I will do what it takes to continue it if I continue to have it. I was not doing the recovery stuff, which is really eating up a lot of attention. That great news of $1 million that we just got is also great news. It's a gift of a bit more pressure to get a lot done quickly. So I'm wondering, Randy, Sean, do either of you guys have interest in jumping in, or?
I'm willing, that's one of the reasons I said I'm willing to contribute and help with this, because part of that falls within my existing activities and conversations with the Forest Service, with whom I'm speaking twice a week now anyway, with NOCO and everything else. The reality is, with along with that and some other things, I don't know that I'm in a position to say, sure, just toss the ball and I'll throw it in the bag with the other balls and run. I'm offering to contribute alongside you to help get this thing done, because we got a gap, and I'd like to try. I think we have an obligation, after putting all this work in, to try to fill the gap.
Yeah, and I appreciate that offer, Randy. I've got no problem talking to the Forest Service, and I think it makes sense for one commissioner to do it.
Well, it sounds like a bargain. You know, if this is transactional politics, fine.
I'm not trying to transact anything. I'm just saying that I think any of the three of us can do this, and there's a lot of reasons that we don't need to go into here to suggest to be one of the three of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is important, and I will always make time for important stuff. So if you need my help on anything, I'm here.
Yeah, I think it starts with a good work session where we have time to really bounce around some of these things and get deeper into the subject. So anyway, and I realize that you're perfectly capable of having those conversations. I was just trying to avoid redundancy and effort for all of us by doing that. And I hadn't really thought about taking over the shooting range project before this meeting, or before your comment. So it's just sort of haven't had time to think about all this. We've got a big gap, and it's probably going to be a pretty big lift to cover that.
Randy, George, Sean, anybody? I mean, I'm glad to help too. If there's anything I can do, it is a recreation related topic. So if I can be of help, I'm glad to toss my hat in.
Okay, so why don't we set a work session for the near future? What do you think about that? And have a more in-depth conversation about what some of the possibilities are. Do a little research in the meantime with a couple of conversations. I think a key one is a conversation with the Forest Service to rethink, to reconfirm what kinds of things we can accomplish that will keep our end of the bargain in their mind, where we'll be able to achieve the closures. Because we shouldn't be embarking on anything that doesn't achieve closures. You know, I mean, that's the only reason we were here originally. So let's have that conversation and try to dig up a few pieces of information and come back in and sit down and really have a brainstorm session about what some of the other ways we can view this are. And those involve our partnership with Gilpin. They involve trying to confirm that information with the Forest Service, the funding capabilities with CPW based on how much match we can raise from other sources. It can be DOLA. I should be scribbling these down. I don't know if anybody else is, or anything else that you think of. And then let's do some research on all of those pieces and come back together in a brainstorm work session in the reasonably near future, so that we can make a valid decision about whatever we need to know about, you know, renewing a lease, not renewing a lease immediately, or you know, what kind of a thing, what kind of arrangement we want to have that makes sure that we're not pulling the resources away from our shooting public right now that they have without a clear line to success.
I think something you mentioned is important that we should follow up sooner rather than later too, which is at least opening the dialogue with our counterparts in Gilpin County to let them know where we're at and see where they're at, and maybe we could get some indication of what is in their mind about their financial partnership. And I think we could I think it's legitimate for us to have that conversation with the Sportsman's Club too, right? I mean, you guys are a community partner. You have long-term aspirations to be part of this conversation, and you have capital. So I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's something we need to discuss.
Right.
Yeah, we are happy to be part of that conversation. And again, I do have some ideas that I'd be interested to talk to, I'll say you all, but given the way we've been operating for the last many months, Commissioner Marlin, if you've got some time to chat, be interested to do that. And I'm not trying to be coy here, but number one, my thoughts might be more detailed than you would want to get here. And number two, to be very blunt, as I mentioned, I don't have the backing of my members currently. So I hesitate to wade in a public forum into that conversation. I'd rather talk to you guys, see if we can, make any progress, and then again, give me something to, sell to my members. Is the way I'm thinking about this at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody knows it's perfectly legitimate for you to have those conversations with any of the one of us in a private setting.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk to any of you. I was mentioning Commissioner Marlin only because we'd had the subcommittee going the past many months, but sure, always glad to speak with any of you.
I wasn't suggesting that I wanted to do it in his place. I was just kind of reminding everyone what the rules are.
Fair point. Thank you.
Yeah, Brian, I'll reach out. We can set up a time, and I think I'll just kind of keep moving with Lisa and Matt, and we'll try to get back to you with this information and get on the schedule quick.
Yeah, if there's anything I can do, let me know on this project. That's all I was saying for right now. And then we can adjust who's doing what later if we need to, but we don't have a clear enough picture to make any really sound decision to change anything right now, other than to try to identify a way to solve some of these gaps.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, thanks. That was.
I have one question, and it's a question for Jim, and you don't have to answer this if you don't have the answer or if you don't want to. But from a grant application perspective, do you feel like us partnering with Gilpin to achieve larger closures strengthens our grant application, or is that something that doesn't figure into the equation?
I think it would, in part because that would be addressing an even bigger problem that's been pretty difficult to address. So I think that would help a lot, and just the additional match you can bring in, and the further along, if the project is, let's say, roughly the same size, and Gilpin is a partner, then you would bring in more match. We could, you'd be eligible for more grant. And so a single year's funding moves the project further along. Does that kind of make sense?
Okay, thank you very much. I kind of suspected that, but I just wanted to be sure I wasn't making things up.
No, it's not, and I can answer a little bit of that from a different perspective too, because they're not here. But the Forest Service, clearly the very fact that they say if you can achieve 25 lanes in a location, you're going to get credit for the same amount of closures as if Gilpin and Clear Creek had each achieved 15 separately. So there's great value seen in getting the whole enchilada taken care of to the Forest Service. But as far as the grant, the bigger question I think with CPW is right now we're saying that there's about $375,000 available to match up against a $125,000 match. If we came up with $250,000 by having two counties in place, does that suddenly mean that there's $750,000 available from CPW? And I'm guessing that there's a ceiling somewhere that just says, within this next couple of years or whatever it is, there's a maximum to what CPW could put into this project.
It would be on, I think this will answer your question. The total funding we had last year was, I believe, 700,000. So that's, one cap. It'll be around that. It might go up a little, but that's the ballpark. So obviously if you came in and wanted it all, it would be, well, this project is so important, and it would depend on what other applications come in.
Right.
But it would also be, you could phase it over 2 years, and we've done that with a number of projects. where they get 300,000 one year and 250 or 300 the next. And either they're combined, they just save up the money. That's how we did Devil's Nose initially. It was 200,000 one year, and then I think 300 the next. And then Forest Service at that point was combining it into $500,000 worth of work. They didn't do that first 200,000 and then come back and apply for the 3. So, and we knew that that project was going to be in that ballpark, you know, that expensive. So I think the other question you were kind of asking was, would we have some type of mental limit about, oh, only 750,000 for the Clear Creek project over, you know, the next 4 years, however you want to cut it up.
Mhm.
And I don't think that would be the case. It would be either knowing in advance that, yeah, this is going to be an expensive project, and you know, we obviously want to see it happen, but there's not that kind of informal cap out there, you know, over time.
That makes a lot of, I mean, that kind of makes a lot of sense. The bottom line is that there are several different strategies that we brought together that are not mutually exclusive by any means. It's not an either or. And a combination of those things, increasing the amount of money that we can get from different sources to increase the accomplishment, and then phasing it over time, all come together to create something that might become a palatable package.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just as one other aside, when you went through the list of kind of funding sources off the top of your head, I would also look at GOCO. Shooting ranges are eligible through GOCO. And so it's, you know, a little pot here, a bigger pot there, and, you know, it's hard to find match.
Well, I know that the person that's taking notes here happens to also be somebody that chases a lot of those sources around all the time. I'm looking over at Beth, and so I'm pretty sure we're getting a holistic list of opportunities written down that we can brainstorm afterwards. So,
okay,
I'm going to suggest at this point that we take a 5-minute break and come back for our 2:30 session, which is the Emergency Services General Improvement District Board of Directors in a work session with the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Just real quick, I appreciate that opportunity to take a break. I just want to make sure, Clark, Lisa, you guys have what you need to move towards 100% and complete your contract.
Or you know what you lack and we can get it for you soon.
No, basically the work and the comments, you know, have gone to the sub-consultants right now, and they should be back to me, you know, right after, you know, Thanksgiving. I got to review those, and then I'll submit them, you know, intend to submit them, you know, in the first part of December, you know, for the county to review and make comments, you know, so we can finalize it by the end of the contract, which is mid-December.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right, thanks. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and be back here at 2:31 and 15 seconds.
Thank you all. Bye now.
Hey, Kelly, if you see anyone over in the attendees list that you want me to move over, just let me know. I have a couple phone numbers at the top, but I'm not sure if they are your board members or not.
Okay. I'll look at the numbers and see if I recognize them. I'm not seeing any phone numbers.
I have a 720-936-5190. I don't know if that's any of your team.
Doesn't look familiar.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like I have all but 2 board members on there.
Okay.
It's been a long freaking day. I tell you what, man, this Corona stuff is about to drive me mad.
About to?
Actually, I like that hair better than I like mine.
Okay. We're back at it. And our next session is a work session regarding the work session with the Clear Creek Fire Authority. And I think George is carrying the ball on this one.
Yeah, Mike's the board chair of the fire authority, so I'm going to kick it to him real quick here. I think we have kind of 2 things that we're trying to discuss here around a potential merger. And I know we've talked about this a number of times, and I think what's in front of us is, are we interested enough in exploring a merger or exploring how increased coordination between EMS and the fire authority can save us money and deliver better results to our constituents? Are we interested enough in the answer to that question that we want to pay a consultant to study it for us? The other thing, and this just came up out of the fire authority board meeting last week, was that
renegotiation of the IGA is coming up. That's why the IGA was in your packet. And we thought this would be a good forum for us to share some initial thoughts about the IGA and, how we prefer the IGA structure to some other structure. Mike, does that sound like I'm about right? Is there something I should add, or did I get something wrong?
Yeah, I believe you're pretty accurate on that, George. Thank you. So, we as the fire authority, even before George was on our board, we're talking about, level of service that we're providing to our community. I mean, from EMS standpoint and fire, that are, how we respond and how fast we respond. We know how hard it is with fire authority. And on the flip side of that, right now I see that we're doing pretty well on our volunteers. And if you should be aware that, and you knew that the fire authority did hire 3 new paid positions to get more 24-hour coverage, in Idaho Springs and Georgetown, to make sure that we have somebody in our stations and give us the coverage that we need. I'm not a fire guy. I'm not an EMS guy. So, I'm glad, Sean, that you're with us. You have a background in that. And, what we're trying to do is, with our budget cuts, we were fortunate enough for the county to be able to pass the 0.65% to basically support the EMS. That was great because I knew how much of a burden that was putting it on the county budget. So, this is just an exercise and discussion about, is this something that we want to really look at, see if this is the best way that our organization is set up, or is there a better way, whether, one, talking about, joining forces, or what other structure can we do to benefit us all. The other thing is, the city has now acquired, finally, after almost 2 years, the property on 103 for the new fire station. So as we're talking about doing that, we want to work with the county to see about a partnership with that building to house or have that state-of-the-art new fire / combined EMS facility. So that's another discussion that we need to be having. Over the past couple of years, we've talked about a Title 32. We've talked about just doing IGA intermingle, where maybe we could continue to keep that 0.65% sales tax. I know that George was really concerned about something that we might do that we lose that, and then where are we going to make up that other $1 million? And George was also concerned about some of the language in the ballot measure, that if we did something like that with an IGA, would that be something that would be, what word am I, not dodging or going around or living up to what the sales tax increase was used for? Could we keep that, or would it have to go back, and then we may have to go back after something to support that? And I don't think, personally, I don't think that's a good idea. So, I just kind of want to open it up. Is Brian Monsu on with us? Do we have, Brian's not on with us? Did we have anybody from EMS joining us?
I just texted Brian and I emailed him and asked him to join if he was available, but I haven't heard back from him yet.
Okay, all right, because we really like having on that conversation. And then also, we know that in 2022, the IGA that is set up with the Fire Authority and all the municipalities and the ESD is going to come to a head. So we need to be working on what this new IGA looks like. What is the contributions of each municipality? We know that ESD, we're seeing it in our next budget year in 2021, about $300,000 that we're losing of contributions to our organization. And that's starting to be troublesome, knowing over the next several years, 7 to 10 years, it's going to drop off rapidly. So this is also an attempt to come up with something structurally that will carry us out into the future and is good for our community in Hickory County. Kelly, you just kind of want to talk about some of the things between keeping the current, what it could potentially look like, and some of the negative things that you potentially see could happen if we tried to merge.
I'll start with what we need to do first, which is renew the IGA for the fire authority. That will expire December of 22. That needs to be in place no matter what we do for future exploration or changes. So to be able to continue doing business, that needs to be renewed. With that renewal, we have been discussing a revenue increase, which we have not had actually going back to 1989 when we started the ESD, and that was set with that 4.569 mil. So that number has not changed over the entire life of the ESD and the fire authority, which is about 30 years now. I am going to suggest a 1 mil increase and a stepped increase of 1 mil on the first year for 2022, a 0.431 increase for 2024, and a 1 mil increase in each 2025 and 2026. I'm hoping that we go for a multi-year agreement like the one we have, and that will those numbers will equal out to a 3 mil increase over that period. And I think that would help to make that a little more attractive to people. I'm pretty confident we can market that our combination of no increases over the time period, the fiduciary management that we've had historic with the organizations, and the service that we provide. I think we're marketable on that 3 mil increase over that time period. So that would be, I think, should be our number one focus over the next few months. The second thing.
Before you move on, Kelly, I got a quick question about that. Are you basically making the presumption that there's going to be no more strategic partnership with EMS, and that you've kind of, like, it seems like that's kind of baked into that thought process? Is that true?
That is for the renewal of the IGA. If we were to do a merger at whatever point later on, then that IGA would then not be a player in that, because it would have to have a new agreement, whatever that is.
I was referring to the mills that you're talking about, the potential for going to the voters and asking for a tax increase.
Yeah, I was hoping if this works out the way that I would like to see it go, we would ask for that increase, or for that that ballot issue next year, and hopefully get that increase in 2022. So it does not factor in a merger. It just factors in continuing doing business. And if we don't look at a merger or something there, then we're able to just continue on with that fire authority, and the funding would be pretty good based on my cash flow analysis.
Kelly, what was that second date, that second year for a second ask for a second mill levy increase?
It would be for the 2024 budget year.
And some detail here, Sean, that might be helpful. The fire authority IGA states that we cannot seek a revenue increase without renegotiating the IGA, which is part of what's behind the way that Kelly's ordering things.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
I remember that. That came up in a previous discussion.
Okay, and the reason I asked that, Kelly, is if we could the stair stepping two ballot measures 2 years apart, taxing our community, would be a little bit nervous about that, because 2 years goes by fast and people would say, we just paid 1 mil on this. So I think that we should consider looking at something maybe in between or closer to the, just go ahead and ask for the 3 mil. I know it's going to be important for us to sell to the community that we haven't had any additional funds coming in this organization since 1989. I mean, that's a long time. I mean, 1989, you know, Sean could buy his car for $10,000, right? Or less. And so it's a whole new day and a whole new desire of coverage in our community, especially with the fires that we've seen that have surrounded us. And, you know, we want to make sure that our community is covered 100% and covered at a high level.
Yeah, and I have a couple other questions, but I think I interrupted you, Kelly, so I'm sorry about that. And from my perspective, it'd be fine. Maybe it'd be good to get through this and then circle back with a dialogue.
Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying, but doing it as a 1 year request for 3 mils or stepping it out, I don't have a preference there. So a group discussion and a consensus on that. Either way, I'm confident that we can put together a marketing package that would be successful. I think we've done a good job over the time period, and we provide a good, serious service to the community, and I think we could pull that off. The other thing with that, and I haven't looked at or talked to Mr. Leffler about including the ambulance in the IGA and the potential to keep that tax initiative that was passed, as that's worth roughly, with our assessed valuation for the fire authority, that's worth about 3.5 mils right now.
Yeah, and I know I've said this before, maybe in both settings, maybe in just one, but I think that if we come up with a new structure, we've got to make a new ask. As one of the people that was on the campaign for that EMS sales tax district, that was the promise that was made, and it's the promise that should be kept. And that's, as you know, legal analysis aside. I also think, I mean, from my perspective, to go to the voters to ask for more revenues is not a small thing. And we have a lot of property taxing entities that are trying to figure out whether and how much more revenue they need. And so we got to figure out how to fit all of these logs through the river. I will be much more comfortable asking for a revenue increase after we have an answer to the question, and when we can state that we have turned over every rock in terms of making our organizations as efficient and effective as possible. And so to me, I think we need to get an answer to the question of what are the opportunities to increase efficiency and quality of emergency service delivery through increased cooperation between the fire authority and EMS up to and including a merger. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that that's something that we should put on the plate for 2021. And the answer to that is something that we can bring to our.
And I think that was another reason for this meeting, to get buy-in from the SD board. You know, I've already contacted ESCI, Dan Qualman, which did a organizational assessment on the fire authority a few years ago. And of course, now I talked to him, it's been almost a year, the price may go up a little bit. I believe that price for this study, and because we had already done an organizational assessment with the fire authority, that price didn't really blow us out. I think it was $40,000. So what we're asking, and I think that all of us would agree that we really need a professional. None of us have the time or the knowledge to go and assess and then intertwine and go through and give us some sort of executive report of good, bad, or this is what you should do to make it happen, or you should run as fast as you can and not do this. So I guess we're going to also ask the board, I don't know how the process goes, is would you in the county help us with this with the other, or the EMS help us with this with the other $20,000?
I wanted to comment real quick on that, Mike. First off, I think if Brian was here, he would say what I'm going to say, which is I think our North Star is in maintaining or increasing the level of patient care that we provide and the level of protection that we provide for our community, right? That's any type of a path that we look forward. That's our North Star. And I know that we did an EMS assessment that was run by some staff at CDPHE along with people around the state. I've kind of heard informally that it was viewed as kind of EMS centric. I mean, that was kind of what you should expect. And it didn't really cover the fire in great depth. And then I've talked to some of my friends who know Qualman, and I've looked at some of his other stuff that he did. And I know he's done some really great work around this in the state. I looked at the strategy document he did for us or for the fire authority, and I honestly wasn't super impressed. So I think whatever we do, we need to have stakeholder engagement and buy-in from EMS, from the Clear Creek side, and from the fire authority. I think it's critical, to Mike's point, that we bring in a third party who's viewed as not having an NFPA dog in the fight or an EMS dog in the fight, that we will all respect their findings or find value in their findings. And then my personal view is that it should be a shared cost. And I think it's a great investment because, you know, as one commissioner, I'm very, very, very hesitant to want to talk too much about tax increases that don't involve that North Star and don't involve us, to George's point, turning over every rock to make sure that we're being both wise stewards and that we're building a system that's going to provide our needs. And one of the things that concerns me about kind of where we're at now, I think that the staffing model that you've done with the 3-paid, with the shifting, is great for like 90 or 95% of your calls. What scares me is big commercial fires in our downtowns with only a handful of people. What scares the crap out of me is wildfires, especially when our neighbors may already be busy. I think we are heavily dependent, just like most rural communities are, on mutual aid. And if the day comes where we don't have the ability to get mutual aid and we have a fire and we're reliant 100% on our own resources for even a day or two, that scares me.
And I agree with that. So are you suggesting, Tom, that we put an RFP out and get some proposals if we consider doing this and seeing what other organizations that do these kind of assessments offer?
And that the RFP, I wouldn't say we, I would say we, not we, fire authority, we, all of us are participating in drafting that RFP so that it, you know, it meets everyone's needs.
I agree. Okay. All right.
Can we go backwards?
Of course.
We need to renew the IGA minus the tax increase. It needs to be renewed so that we can continue business while we're waiting for this new assessment, and so that we can give my paid staff some comfort that they're not going to lose their jobs. It's
You don't need to do a multi-year though, Jerry. I mean, couldn't we basically buy ourselves enough time to gather the information we need for long-term planning too?
I would make it long-term because I'm not a consultant from the outside that doesn't have a dog in the EMS or NFPA thing. I have been managing this organization for 20 years, and for time prior to that as a volunteer. The magic formations out there for us are going to cost us more money, and we're pretty limited to either a Title 32 district or I believe it was a Title Chapter 7, I don't remember the exact, which is similar. Or we continue as a fire authority. Worst case, we all go back to separate departments. We don't want to go backwards. Fire authority, I believe, has done an excellent job, and we have a good track record. Knowing EMS and Brian, we've had discussions. We're both pretty happy with our progress and the service we provide. It's not to say it can't be improved, but the need for, would like to take off the table that EMS and fire don't work together and that we don't get along. That's going back to a period a few years ago. So I do know that whatever comes up as a suggestion, it's going to cost more than continuing as we are as separate organizations. So that said, renewing the IGA for renewable terms of 5 years, unless somebody decides to call it, I think would be the wise way to go. And that way it continues on. And if we do something different, that new formation will cancel out the IGA anyway.
I want to say a couple of quick things. First off, I've been very happy with the progress that the fire authority and that EMS have made in terms of working more closely together, training together, collaborating. You mentioned a time in the past, and I don't think about that anymore. And I'm not introducing that into this conversation. The other thing I would say is I personally haven't gotten to the point that you just stated where I've seen evidence that the lowest cost model is the status quo. I don't know that that's true, right? I think that there could be other arrangements involving fire medics, and I don't even know, right? I'm a little bit dangerous, but I'm not a consultant. So I wouldn't accept that at face value that the status quo is necessarily going to be the lowest cost for the taxpayers. And the last thing I want to bring up, I was totally against the health service district when it was brought up in the first context a few years ago. I'm certainly not against it as a organizing structure. And as a guy named Tim Dienst who runs a department somewhere west of Colorado Springs, and essentially they have a health service district. And the big benefit is it allows us to tap into sales tax to allow for our visitors to pay for their fair share of the service that they're going to be using as well. And it also allows for property tax. So that's the type of thing that I think we would be remiss to not fully investigate in terms of what the structure would look like and how we're going to fund it in a sustainable way that's fair to our taxpayers and our visitors too.
Thanks, Sean. You know, Mike Anderson, are you there? Mike Anderson? Mike? Okay, I was just going to ask Mike. You know, Mike's been a volunteer for a long time in this community, and he comes from the professional side also. I just wanted to have him weigh in on some of the thoughts and some of the conversations that him and I have had before. So maybe he'll pop back on in a minute. One thing I will say, some of the mill levy increases that Title 32 would put before us, I think it was, what was it, Kelly, 15 to 20 mills or something like that?
Would have to be 15 minimum to continue at the underfunded number that we were at right now.
Okay, so, that,
you know, my figures and how I come up with that, if anybody wants to sit down and look at it, but it's pretty straightforward, really.
And that number, I think, is that high, Kelly, because it assumes no no sales taxation ability, right? That number includes basically the conversion of a sales tax that's funding EMS to a property tax.
Correct. We would have to put 3.5 mills on to make up for the loss of that tax initiative for the ambulance. And actually would be more, because 3.5 mills is only the 850,000 that was put into the budget for their revenue for this budget year. So that would be probably closer to 4 mils, just to replace that. So you put that on top of what we're doing, and you know, you're still at an underfunded volunteer system with paid EMS staff. But if you want to add more paid staff, that's going to go up. It's going to go up about It's going to go up about 3 mils for each 3 people you pay fired full time. So it goes up pretty quickly what you need to pay on that, or what you need to tax for property tax.
Again, I think you're dismissing the possibility of an arrangement similar to like West Metros, where every firefighter is also a paramedic.
Well, yeah, and that is, we've discussed that with the ambulance crew, and their existing staff, only half of them have interest in being firefighters. So at some point you have to replace them, but they also have a huge organization. So if you take an ambulance crew out of service to fight a fire, they've got a step up that can come from all over their district. This system wouldn't have that unless we put more money towards payroll. So as soon as you take an ambulance and put them on something in this county, it gets pretty complicated, and it's real easy to show. You know, I don't have anything against paramedics being firefighters or firefighters driving ambulances. It all works the same, but our economy of scale for revenue and cost of service, our county won't support it without a huge mill levy.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of illustrate. I mean, I have a little bit of a different viewpoint, and I think this is kind of a reason why it might be beneficial to bring in somebody who sees these dynamics all across the country, or at least all across the state, to kind of help us understand, like I said, what it would look like to turn over a rock and look at what paths are available to us. And I'd be super curious to hear from some of the other fire authority board members. Mark, John, I don't know if you guys have anything to add or have a perspective to add to this conversation. I mean, that's one of the reasons we wanted to invite the board, is to get your perspectives too.
And we also have Wendy Cook on as well as a board member. Wendy, Mike, John, Mark, anybody want to speak on this?
Yeah, I'll speak for a second. I mean, I like this discussion. I agree that, you know, looking at how the two agencies could go together could be beneficial. I'm concerned that, you know, like Kelly is, that we're gonna, you know, let it go too far down the road and not get our IGA in place. So I would like to see that IGA extended, at least in parallel with looking at the studies. I'm not a city firefighter. I don't have any experience with city firefighting or whatnot. My stuff was wildland. Excuse me. It really does concern me with our community being an interface type of community, that if we don't have enough personnel ready to go and we don't have mutual aid, we're going to be in a really bad place. So I think it's imperative we get really moving on all this stuff, whatever we choose.
George, you got, oh, do we have someone else coming in there?
I think Mark was thinking, I think Mark doesn't realize he's unmuted, or he's muted. There we go.
There.
Okay, there we go. I have to agree with what's been said. We need to get the IGA redone. We also see a great need for a few more paid firefighters so we can cover all these shifts, even with our shifts personnel that come in part-time. To get 24-hour coverage is kind of our goal. And with a few more paid people, we can do that. But to achieve that, naturally, we're going to have some more money. And I think it's reasonable to go back to the voters and ask for some money. We have a pretty good track record, and Kelly has done an excellent job with the budgets and the projections. So I have quite a bit of faith in these numbers because they've worked in the past. For a fire department our size, we're very well equipped. We have a lot of training going on for our size of department. And so we're just striving to give people more service.
You're muted, Mike.
There you go. Sorry. Mike Anderson, are you back? Or Wendy? Would either one of you like to make any comments? We've got Jeremy Jones, also our assistant chief. Jeremy, do you have any thoughts that you'd like to put out there for the group?
I don't hear.
So we can't hear you, Jeremy. Yeah, you have no audio, Jeremy.
Or Wendy?
Wendy's on the line.
I'm on the line. I even unmuted it.
Okay, are you have any comments, Wendy?
Well, in my opinion, the IGA is almost a given. I don't see any detriment to going ahead and making sure that's in place, because when the other changes, if they do come to pass, it would change the situation and the IGA would have to be either reworked, or it just depends on what we come up with. I think a lot of people look at our department because it has done so well under Kelly's management and fiscal management, and compare it to the bigger departments that are all paid, etc. And we are small. Our fiscal base is not that large. So we really have to look hard and carefully at what we're asking people to put towards our being able to continue our operation. So I think, as I said, I believe that the IGA is a given and should go ahead.
All right, thank you for that, Wendy. Any comments on us looking at a Title 32 or looking at some other way to look at maybe a merge without having to go to a Title 32? A Title 32 scares me a little bit, trying to pull that together and what it would cost to pull that together. And does that fit our community well?
Hey, Mike, you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Jeremy.
All right, I apologize. I didn't change the setting. I think everybody's hitting the point, and I like Kelly think that we definitely want more firefighters. We definitely want an increase in revenue stream. And looking at different Title 32 districts is probably something we need to explore. I think we all agree on that. There are some interesting things you'll find as we go down that path. And part of the issue we have compared to Evergreen, which is our nearest surrounding agency, is because our tax-based general property value is so much lower than Evergreen. So Evergreen survives on a 12 mil operating mill levy. We have to be so much higher because of that change. So we do need to get creative on how we fund the agency. It can all be tax money. It can be sales tax. It could be use tax. However we choose to do that as a group, it's something that might take us 2 years to figure out to get it done right. So that's where we're coming into. We as a group, every fills out the IGA, agrees upon an IGA that's workable. which buys us the time. And then we can actively explore any type of district. I'm on board with it. Understanding that whatever we decide to do, even after the voters approve it, is a 2 to 3 year process by statute, because you can't form a district on Tuesday and put it in place on Friday. There are some steps and some timelines that are very strict in that Title 32 literature language that we'll have to follow. So we're looking at probably a 5-year operation if we were to start tomorrow. So that's kind of where I'm at. Then everybody's, I know we're fearful of the wildland situation, and that's something we're actively been working on. We've got, I think, 40 people that are qualified now, and we're changing how we as authority structure that going into the 2021 fire season. But that's also something that really needs to be looked at as part of these discussions at the county level. Is there county level funding that helps offset the cost of the authority, or how we look at that kind of funding for those fires that do get extremely expensive, extremely quick, as part of this operation. So it's kind of my 2 cents on the situation.
I don't know that we'll have, separate county funding. Like, we're not going to have spare funds or reserve funds that are as easily used for that purpose. Of course, in a declaration of emergency, in a really tough situation, we do what we have to do. As you've seen, for example, with COVID, I think seeking federal emergency funding is going to be important. And there's a lot of conversation that's going on at that, at that level right now, after watching this fire season, especially. And I was asked a little bit ago to weigh in about the thing. I'm neither on the board of the fire authority nor a firefighter like Sean. My main observations of the conversation so far, which is real interesting, is that I think dealing with the IGA sounds like a really important thing that needs to happen sooner rather than later, with an eye towards what the solution should look like. And then the other thing is, it seems like if we can build the capacity through whatever means we need, the wildfire situation is, a fire obviously in a downtown area in one of the towns, in a commercial fire, is going to be a big deal, but I don't know that the risk of that is increasing. The wildfire risk, though, and the assets that we have, architectural assets in the woods, and what's turning into a pretty obviously increasing risk every year, is a huge thing. And trying to have the capacity to be able to respond. I mean, it was well exemplified in the fires this year that we had, 2 or 3 of the largest fires we'd ever had going on at the same time. And the resources, even federal resources coming down from out of state in Alaska and everywhere else, we're having to hopscotch around to try to stay on top of everything and move where the greatest demand was. And during that time had, as an example, had the Williams Fork jumped to the Henderson, as it was threatening to do for just a few days there. And then that abated and it burned out in a more civilized manner, kind of a healthy fire. But had it jumped, the amount of resources that we could have called on to try to help us in that moment would have been very difficult, because it was right around that time and right after that, East Troublesome took off and suddenly turned into 2-3 county drama, and it would have been hard to find the resources to deal with it. So finding a little more capacity here seems like an extremely, in the near term, seems like an extremely important goal.
And I agree, because, when I found out, and as you know, our city administrator is an ex-fire chief, knowing that we weren't having 24-hour coverage here in Idaho Springs, of course, we were very fortunate in Georgetown that we had people at that fire station when that fire broke out at Luchas, and because a fire like that, with our downtown, the old structures, it doesn't take anything for the whole place to blow up and go up in flames. And, that's probably one of my biggest fears in Idaho Springs as the mayor, as us having a downtown fire, not having the response and not getting a building put out before it takes the whole downtown. So yeah, that's one of my biggest things, is to make sure that we have coverage in all of our communities, Empire, Silver Plume, everywhere, that we can get a response to a fire within a few minutes.
That's a really important point. Our most historical architectural assets, in a number of ways, are not really They don't have modern resiliency into the way they're built. And so, the Chicago fire type thing is, it's always been a risk, and we've been lucky that we haven't seen anything like that within our lifetimes. But I'm just trying to imagine the commercial value of this place if a fire like that goes off in any of our major commercial districts.
We had a fire before I was even mayor at what was it before Deriva? Didn't Manja or something have a fire there? And we were very fortunate to get that one put out before it spread as well. So, I know that we're kind of getting down on time. So Kelly, did you have anything else before we kind of set forth an order of action to move forward with?
Well, the IGA is my number one focus that needs to be redone. We don't have to wait until December of 22. That can be renewed at any time. As far as the response capabilities and stuff, the demographics of this county have changed significantly. We used to have 10, 15 people in each town ready to volunteer for fire. Those people tend to be lower income, and there's very little housing in this county for lower income people. This new stuff that's being built is going to be closer to a middle income price range. I don't know what they're going to be at the Idaho Springs apartments. The ones in Georgetown, I believe, are going to be pretty expensive. So that has forced us to bring people in from out of county, which we are doing. Currently, we have a minimum of two people on 24/7, Central and Dumont. That increases during the day with shift volunteers coming in. Overnight, we're seeing more people sign on now that we have those shift lieutenants. We do have mutual aid with each fire district that surrounds us. So that's there, and that we're aggressive with that no matter what we have, wildland, structural, or rescue. So we are doing very well with volunteer resources and little money. If you want paid people, you need a minimum of 3 people to staff 24/7. So you have one person on for 48, and then you rotate through that schedule. That's going to cost you a little more than 1.1 mils per 3 people. So we can add all those people on, no problem. It's just, where's the money going to come from? That's the big question. And so start at 15 mils, and then for each 3 people you want to put on, you add roughly 1.1 mils to that. And that doesn't include money to set aside for capital projects. That's just to continue operations at a level that we're at currently without doing capital projects. The capital projects that we are doing come from the money that we put aside from the Henderson, the big production days of Henderson. So until that 10-year averaging goes back up, which I think starts in 2024, if it does go up, our capital funds are reserve funds.
So am I hearing that the IGA is currently, the current one is in place for more than 2 more years?
It expires December of 2022.
So I certainly in no way, shape, or form want to use that as a negotiating point, if you will, but I guess it seems like we could accommodate a research project quite easily without having to charge forward, and we would still have more than a year to figure out the IGA. Am I missing something?
No, you're correct there, but like Jeremy said, putting in a new organization is going to be a minimum of 3 years. So having that IGA in place that will expire with the new organization when you decide what that is, it's really kind of a no-brainer, but we need to be able to continue to do business without worrying about being at the end of that agreement and what are we going to do with it. The other thing is the morale of my paid staff, not knowing for sure that there's something in place for them as the time goes by.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I look at it is, I mean, we could certainly sign another IGA tomorrow or next week, but we would be doing so lacking a lot of good information that it sounds like we have some broad consensus that we want to go after. And you have my personal word that I have no intention as one of the 3 county commissioners on doing anything other than renewing the best IGA that's in everyone's best interest. So I don't understand, again, I kind of don't understand the urgency. And from my own perspective, I would rather sign an IGA or agree on an IGA that reflected more information rather than less, that's currently or easily available to us. And given that it's 2 more years in the future, I think that could be easily accommodated.
So are you suggesting, John, that we go ahead and do the organizational assessments? Is that what you want to see, is go ahead and get that done and kind of see what we get back from the EMS side and the fire side, and some kind of direction on should we move forward, or is this not a good idea?
Yeah, because it may have some bearing on how we decide what the best IGA looks like. And it may be exactly the same as we would do next week, but it seems like we're limiting our future options to some degree I don't fully understand the benefits.
There's another nuance here, and Kelly might correct me if I'm wrong on this. The current IGA says that we can't ask for a revenue increase without a renegotiation. And I think that Kelly's recommending that we go after a revenue increase in 2021. And so if we want that to be an option, then we have to renew the IGA in 2021 as well.
And I believe that's the way I understand it too. Is that correct, Kelly?
Well, you're correct that the revenue increase has to be agreed upon in the IGA. It also has to go to a ballot question to be approved by the unincorporated voters. So take that out and just renew the IGA for renewable periods, automatic renewing periods. Then you don't have to worry about it. It's just there, but we can continue to do business. The morale of my staff won't be affected, and we can keep working on finding something awesome that you want to look for.
Yeah, let me say that. So if I understand it correctly, one of the benefits of renewing the IGA is to basically let the genie out of the bottle of going after more tax money without understanding what our potential target structure might look like 5 years down the road or 3 years or whatever that looks like. And when I think about the deadlines that we had to honor for the 1A this year, I believe we had until September 3rd or September 5th or some number. So we still have a lot of time to be able to accomplish, I think, everyone's goals, which would be, potentially to get a third party to come in and give us some advice about what our options are. And then if it turns out that the best option is to have fire and EMS remain friends and EMS or fire go after more money, I don't think that threatens that timeline for 2021.
And it doesn't. You're right. So we don't need to hurt. My parting shot right now, and putting us together is kind of like a forced marriage at this point in time. So keep that in mind.
But you could sell your individual houses and move in together, save some money.
Yeah.
Great. All right, so let's talk about, we should start looking at the IGA. and see how we're going to recraft that. So in the meantime, I guess it's been suggested that we talk to a couple of other organizations. I'm sure that maybe Sean and Andy might know other organizations that do these assessments, and see what we get on the proposals. We may have to come up, and I think that pretty much Dan Qualman laid it out in his proposal to us of the scope of services. So we do have something that we can base what we're looking for on. Of course, we massage that what fits exactly our organization, what we're trying to get out of this study. So the county has agreed to split the cost with the fire authority, as long as the cost is reasonable.
I don't know that we've ever talked about that as the Board of County Commissioners. I mean, I think it's something worth talking about, and I think the cost should be shared. And I don't see a lot of risk or downside in at least charging forward with crafting an RFP, because, if we come back with RFP responses that no one likes, we spent some effort putting it together, but it's kind of no harm, no foul.
I think I agree with that, Sean. I think the next step is for us to maybe ask Kelly and Brian to put together an RFP for this that they agree on.
I'd agree with that, and I agree there's no risk, because if we don't get the response we want from the RFP, we can recraft that, we can rethink the RFP and the project. And the conversations we've had have been work session-ish. We haven't made a commitment that we'll pay half or this or that, but that was the general tone of the conversation that we had, was that a shared responsibility in funding the study would be appropriate, but we hadn't landed on a dime because we wanted to have this meeting. So,
Mike, they can't actually make a commitment in a work session like we're having today.
Right. Yeah. And when I said that, I thought about that. So that would have to be a commitment. And we don't know what it's going to cost, so it's hard for you to budget for 2021 too.
Well, I mean, we just learned a little bit of a painful lesson at our last work session, and one of the things that I might recommend is that we put a budget on the RFP to say, we want to know everything we can possibly know, but we don't want to spend more than 40 grand or whatever number the number is.
We would like 40 grand worth of information.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's a great idea. So we'll have Kelly and Brian get together, start crafting some sort of RFP, and we'll take a look at it and get it out there and see what response we get back.
I just want to say thanks for the Fire Authority Board showing up and participating in our conversation today. I know it's during the workday. You guys do this on a volunteer basis. So we're very grateful for what you do for our community and for showing up for us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to add, I think we're not going to get to resolution on this, but I don't think we are at a resolution on when and how we begin negotiations on the IGA. So I just want to make sure that you guys all know that that's my perspective. I mean, I'm not opposed to trying to renegotiate the IGA next year. I think there's some details that we need to understand.
Yeah, and of course we'll bring our authority attorney in to help guide us through all that. We've got a very good firm that represents us, so they'll help us with that. Mr. Leffler, were you going to say something?
No, I pushed the wrong damn button.
You seem to do that to everybody. All right. With time, I've got another meeting at 4. Is there anything else that we want? Oh, real quick. So as I mentioned, we did finally acquire the property on 103. Yay. This has been a long time coming. Unfortunately, with the changes of leadership in our region from CDOT, it dragged out over several months. And then, of course, COVID. So the next question is the county and the EMS interested in partnering up on this building so we can provide a facility that is state-of-the-art for not only the firefighters, but EMS. And of course, I've got my hand out for some money to help us do this. Of course, we don't have any cost analysis on this. Like I said, this happened just last week that we finally got the deed to that property. We're going to be working with Kelly and Jeremy on the design of this. So I'd really like for you to discuss and come up with, yeah, we would be interested. And what does this look like as, whether we join organizations or don't join organizations. We understand that the property underneath the, I call it the bus bar, I guess, EMS calls their buses, right? I'm learning the new logo. So the bus barn for the EMS, I believe the building is owned by the county, but the property is owned by still by CDOT. I'm not sure of that. That's just what I've been told. But I think that we have a great opportunity in collaboration with this facility and keeping that other metal building for storage of our ambulances and things like that. So over the next, go ahead, Randy.
No, I'm sorry. So I'm just asking the question. It's the same property we've been talking about, which is the parking lot property that's adjacent to 2A, just north of 2A. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So your idea, and I've been hearing about this already, is that you would combine the two, and then would Station 2A be the one that you're talking about? I think you referred to it as bus barn, but the current Station
2A
would become.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Keeping that one there, using that for whatever reason. I don't see us asking CDOT for that property, tearing that perfectly good building as far as I know, and taking that away and trying to add on to a new building. I think that building still has value to both organizations.
Yeah, it was, there is a residential piece to it that was done for EMS, and it may be time to abandon that. It was pretty nicely done. And, so there may be some value to using that in some respect there, but if the better solution is to move all of that kind of function into a new building, then, so be it, move up and on. So.
Yep. And the little sketch that I saw from Kelly, I think that Jeremy drew up, did show some sleeping arrangements for EMS. I think it had one, maybe even two bays for ambulances and things like that. So Jeremy and Kelly are already kind of forward thinking of how this could potentially look if we decide to join forces for the expense of it.
I wanted to add something real quick to that would potentially open up yet another revenue source. We are looking for a permanent home for our coroner, and I know that other communities have figured out a way of incorporating that in a very professional way, where it was still a very comfortable and usable building. Everything was very well segregated. So I think we should have a conversation at some point that incorporates that element also, because there's money that we've been kind of squirreling away for that as well.
Yeah, and 2A might even play a role in that. It's hard to know if there needed to be, if the preference was to have some kind of segregation. With regard to our interest in it, I think Bob said it well a little bit ago. This is a work session, and we've kicked around and thought about this, but we can't make commitments and decisions today, of course. But I'm interested in the concept, and I think the other two commissioners would agree, and find a way to improve services and improve the quality of our assets, and in a way that's cost effective going forward.
Okay. I understood that there was a house on 13th and Colorado Boulevard that was desirable for the coroner's office, but I kind of down that.
Oh, downstairs, you mean? The bottom?
Like, across the street. No, just kidding. I think we all need to be, as loose and comical as we can during these times. Too much stuff's going on in our lives to, not to be able to joke around with each other and, and feed, off of other people's laughs and jokes. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Anything else from the group?
Just quickly to answer a question that Corinne wrote, when do we anticipate the RFP would go out? I don't think that we're in a position to be able to answer that right now. If Brian Monsu was in the room, I'd be asking him and Kelly, but I don't think we have clarity on that right now.
And what we can do is we can notify the current when we have that prepared and fixing to go out so that they have that information. Because I think this is going to be a big interest once it starts being heard of in the county. You know, people are going to be interested in what we're really trying to do here. And I know that there's some ex-firefighters and ex-board members that have already been kind of questioning what our thoughts were. So
So I
All right.
think that concludes our Emergency Services General Improvement District Board of Directors meeting and a work session with the Clear Creek Fire Authority. And my suggestion is we take about a 5-minute break here, or 2 or 3 minute break, and then we're going to come back to a work session regarding the IGA for Section 8 housing program, and Amy Saxton will be on board for that one, and Sally Rush. So see you in a couple of minutes here.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
everyone.
Okay. I think we had 4 minutes and 28 seconds. And it's time to move on with the next session, which is a work session regarding the IGA, the Intergovernmental Agreement for Section 8 Housing Program. And we've got Amy and Sally on here to contribute and inform us. And so it's showtime.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, hopefully this won't take a full hour since it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The topic today is to inform you of the need for expanding the IGA agreement with Grand County Housing Authority to expand the service for processing Section 8 vouchers. As you may recall, we created an IGA last year for Section 8 voucher processing with Grand County Housing. And they did process several Section 8 vouchers. Section 8 vouchers, as you probably know, are give a renter, they have the voucher, they carry it to certain eligible rental facilities, and the landlord is then eligible to submit to the federal government to subsidize the rental payment. So it's a great way to provide affordable housing and also give people access to housing that is of good quality. It has an inspection program. It's a good positive force for affordable housing. So this year, Grand County, apparently the Grand County commissioners have requested that we expand the agreement. Their preference would be to create an agreement that doesn't have a particular cap on it. That is the nature of their arrangement with Summit County and maybe one other county that they work with. I believe we also can come up with a cap that's fairly accurate and gives plenty of wiggle room, and that we do, both Sally and I believe that the expansion is really warranted. And one of the reasons is to allow the housing in Riverbend to be available to a broader income range. The housing in Riverbend, as you may know this too, some of you, but the housing in Riverbend utilizes a median income range based on a area that includes the Denver metro. So the median income range is not exactly descriptive of the actual median income range in Clear Creek County. Now, it's sort of a double-edged sword that we have that median income range applied, because it attracts developers, because it means that developers have the potential to charge slightly higher rents, which makes their projects more affordable on a business model side. But on what it means for the affordable housing that they actually are delivering to our residents, it is not so great. As we explained in the memo, a good portion of the units in Riverbend, more than the majority of the units in Riverbend the rents are designed for people with 60% of the area median income. And it's hard to even say what that number is, because it sort of depends on how many bedrooms and how many family members and blah, blah, blah. But that number of 60% of median income for the regional area median income is too high for our residents.
And
so
let me just, for a point of clarity, because of the words that you used, when you said from a business model standpoint, it's more affordable, what you meant was more profitable.
Yes, thank you. More appealing, more appealing to a developer to come in. Thank you very much for that clarification. It is 3:30 in the afternoon after all.
I would say not even more profitable. In some case, it makes it from unviable to viable.
A great point. Yeah, absolutely. Viable is actually the best word, because that is what allows these projects to actually happen, which is why we wouldn't want to necessarily not have that be the area median income range that we're under.
Viable from a development side, potentially less effective from the problem solving side for what its original, what the policy's original purpose was.
Exactly. Hence the Section 8 voucher program, which does sort of solve this problem. And by expanding the Section 8 voucher program, the Riverbend residences are eligible, and the developers have confirmed that they welcome Section 8 voucher holders. And so, Sally.
Yeah, I just want to make a point is in their documentation, if they have Section 8 vouchers for the 60% area median incomes, they can still come in under the Section 8 voucher program that Grand County Housing Authority exercises. So in other words, those higher rent units can have Section 8 vouchers come into them. And Regina, the sales manager for that property, welcomes that situation.
Yeah, because there are, I think it's around, not to get confusing, but it's like around 60% of the units have the 60% area median income, which is not exactly what we were hoping. And so anyway, if we can expand the number of Section 8 vouchers that Grand County can process for us, that will help us better make the Riverbend project hit the nail on the head a little bit better with affordable housing, and also apply to other apartments and affordable housing opportunities as well. So what we're looking for is to basically expand the program from, let me look at my little piece of paper here, from what we originally agreed to was 13 vouchers. That was going to cost about $34.78 a year. Grand County ended up processing 17. We do owe them a little bit more, even though our IGA with them did have a cap of $34.78. They did go over a little bit, and we would recommend that we go ahead and pay them the additional, the overage. And so I think if we can develop an IGA that says that Grand County can spend up to $14,000 on processing IGAs, or bill us for up to $14,000 on, did I say billing IGAs, on processing Section 8 vouchers, then I think that would be more than enough to have enough Section 8 vouchers to better balance the way the area median income units are spread across Riverbend, and be able to meet needs for other residents in the county as well.
Where are we getting the funds to reimburse Grand County for this?
It is out of the general fund. I don't know exactly where it came from last year. It was not out of the housing budget.
No, it came out of the house. It came out of the Housing Authority budget.
Oh, okay.
For 2020. And that was a quirk of a mistake in the Housing Authority budget, but the result was the money was available.
What's budgeted now? Have we already budgeted for this?
For
Bob or Brent or Keith.
My understanding is that, yes, we did put money in the housing budget, but I think it was only for whatever dollars we had agreed to in the 2020 operations. So that's the reason why I believe we're on the agenda today, and in the fact that we need to increase the budget by X number of dollars. So maybe a little better understanding of exactly what is the request.
Well, that would to be clear about that. I don't actually know where the $3,400 that was spent on last year's fund actually came from, because it did not appear in the housing budget. So if there's
I
a
told
housing
you.
authority budget, I haven't seen it.
Right.
It came from the housing authority.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
kind of water over the dam.
So then I would, for this year, for 2021, we're requesting $14,000 to fit in whatever budget is appropriate to fit in. If it's a housing budget, great. But we would want that to be an additional expense in that budget.
And how many vouchers will $14,000 get us?
That is in my document as well.
50 according to your document.
Yes.
It's option B, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my recommendation is to go ahead and we can budget the additional $14,000 in the housing budget. I think the benefit is well worth the money that we're spending. 50 vouchers, that helps a lot of people in Clear Creek County. And again, my recommendation is to give us the direction to go ahead and budget for this and change the IGA.
I don't see Brent on, but I think we'll have to put it in the housing authority budget, and we can't use property tax money for it, but we can use other revenues.
All right.
Like sales tax revenues. And the IGA is actually between housing authorities.
Okay.
Okay.
Although
So
I
then
think
we would
we're in
have
a
to
work
bring
session
back.
now, right?
I'm
So I
sorry.
don't know that we're making decisions on this right now, or that we can. Is that correct?
This is a work session. I think we're looking for staff direction. You'll be presented the budget, I believe, next week.
Okay.
So the approval would be during the budget session when we approve the budget. And this is staff direction to nuance the budget to be able to make this real. Okay.
And then we would also be bringing back a updated IGA for formal approval with the updated amount.
And let me be clear that I have recommended that it have a cap.
Yeah. I think that is what it is. And I think that that's totally reasonable.
What kind of methodology, Amy, have you and Sally and perhaps others used you mentioned that you'd already kind of like zeroed in on what you thought that cap should be?
Well, we looked at the number of units in Riverbend as one part of the puzzle, and looked at, I think we were hoping to improve the ratio. We're hoping to use the Section 8 vouchers to sort of improve the ratio of AMI mixes of rents in Riverbend by slapping Section 8 vouchers over the top of some of the 60% AMI units. And I think the number we were looking at was 17 to have the ability to add 17 Section 8 vouchers to Riverbend. And then also to continue with the 17 Section 8 vouchers that we already had in place, and then anticipating additional needs. And it wasn't much more scientific than that, but.
Sally, were you about to say something and saw that I was about to say something? Because if so, why don't you go first?
Well, I'm thinking a couple of things. I'm thinking one thing is we would definitely want the ability to use as many Section 8 vouchers as we could use. I think, maybe Sheena might want to say something about this, but her program, she has in her program so many vouchers.
Right, there's a limit.
There's a limit to her vouchers, and she's up to 17. I think she could easily get up to 30 vouchers in our county. And how many more can she give us? I mean, if we say this program's good to go, I would like to hear from Sheena how many she thinks that we could fulfill.
So thank you, Sally. I'm happy to speak to that. So as you guys, as Amy had stated, this is a tenant-based voucher program. So once these tenants have these vouchers, as long as they remain in good standings with the program, they can take them essentially anywhere that they wish in the state as well as the country. So with Riverbend coming into Clear Creek County, which is a fantastic opportunity for you all, we do anticipate an influx of Section 8 vouchers transferring and porting in to that area because they're going to want to live in that property and be a part of your community. There's just ultimately at this time, there's nowhere for them to really go except for private landlords. And we're pretty limited with private landlords. However, we have had about 5 really great property management companies that we've been kind of working with in Clear Creek County that has really talked to their property owners, and they're all starting to accept the Section 8 voucher, which is in large part on the work that Sally and everybody has done there with holding those kind of community once-a-year events where we come down and explain the program to people. So that really landlords have started to open up. So we do anticipate more people and more landlords utilizing the program as well. So although I wish I could guarantee a number of vouchers that I can give or allocate to Clear Creek County, since they are tenant-based vouchers, there's no real guarantee to those. However, we are obviously contracted with the Colorado Division of Housing to administer this program for Clear Creek, Grand, and then the other 4 counties that we administer for. And we are seeing a lot more people in Clear Creek County, and we're now able to start issuing vouchers again. They have guaranteed that they're going to give back some of the vouchers that we have lost, and we do have a ton of Clear Creek County people on our waiting list that we can start issuing to and hopefully get them housed there so they can stay a part of your community. That's the ultimate goal. Sally, did you have something for me?
Sheena, if this, as this seems to be, this might be very popular in Clear Creek County, can you go back to the housing, Department of Housing and get more vouchers than you're already allotted? Would this be something that you could promote?
Sally, I'm always bugging them for more vouchers for my 6 counties because our mountain resort areas are in the I-70 or the I-70 corridor there. We need all the help we can get with affordable housing. And with it being so expensive and hard to build, the voucher program is that help. So I'm constantly going back and I will get any voucher I can out of them. I guarantee you that. That is like my ultimate goal.
And Sheena, so do you think that if we target 50 vouchers, is that enough for you to work with? Is that a reasonable number? Is that more than you would need?
So ultimately, I think, because what we're asking for with this IGA is just to make up the difference in the administrative fee to help us cover the expenses to administer the program. So, and the difference is from what HUD pays Division of Housing, and then ultimately they keep a piece and then they pay us to administer. So It's roughly $22.30 per leased up voucher that we're asking for. So for 50 vouchers, I think that is a great number. I think it's probably a little optimistic for the first year. I'd love to have 50 in Clear Creek. I think that's a little high, but ultimately, if we can, I'd love to see at least next year it double, and then the following year double again would be ideal. Just because with that first year, with the new property, I think that they're gonna have a lot of vouchers, but it's gonna take a minute to get it out there that property is, accepting Section 8 to really draw, I guess, for the big draw to come in for it. So I think that, I foresee, I think that it's a great number. I'm more appreciative than if you guys put that in the budget. I think it's pretty optimistic, but I think it's a great number if you guys want to cap it for sure. And I will work hard to get everyone we can for Clear Creek for sure, as I do with the other counties as well.
Well, that sounds great. We do want and need to cap it for our budget purposes, but we also want to put that cap at a place that doesn't make it difficult for you to operate in, and be as of service as you're interested in doing and as our county needs. So if that number is about right, then that works for me. And
And
for us,
You know, I agree with you. At a cost of a couple of few $100s per voucher, and at a benefit per voucher of someone having access to affordable housing, I'm not sure there's a more efficient thing we can do with money that we want to move the needle on housing. I'm a little confused that we're talking about this as a board, and not because I don't want to, but because it seems like such a no-brainer that this is just the kind of thing that would happen. And I suspect that might be because there's some disadvantage I'm unaware of. Maybe somebody could help me understand, is this controversial in any way?
I didn't know why we were having this discussion either.
Well, I think it's helpful from an educational standpoint. It makes a lot of sense. It's helped us in the realm of trying to find things to do about creating more affordable housing here. I think it's good for us to see pathways that are the most efficient, because a lot of times we focus on a lot of other things too. And actually it helps the market for some of that housing as well. The whole, it raises the floor, I think, a little bit across the board for really, and good bang for the buck. So I guess I just described all the reasons why we didn't need to talk about it, except trying to see it in this context and in this conversation is educational for me.
Great.
Maybe not for the rest of
Well,
it, for me. But
I just want to throw.
Go ahead, Sheena.
I didn't mean to interrupt there. Just want to throw in, I keep track of numbers very closely and I provide those to Sally. I'm sure she passes them on, but it's pretty neat that through October of this year, just over $90,000 of HUD funds have come into Clear Creek County landlords through that program. So I do think that it's a program that is generating outside, like federal money, into our local landlords. So I think that that is a pretty neat thing to look at as well, and to put out to communities so that they understand that it's outside HUD money coming into these local landlords to help keep our residents and our community a community.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask a follow-on question. George mentioned hundreds of dollars per voucher. You just mentioned 90,000. What, every dollar that the county puts in, how many federal dollars does that unlock? Like, what kind of leverage are we talking about? It sounds like it's a lot. I haven't heard anybody give me a number.
So,
Well,
Sean,
are you talking?
okay, go ahead, Sheena. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, are you talking about the county money for this IGA that is put in? How much does that generate for HUD money coming in? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just want to get a better idea, because I mean, it sounds like a no-brainer to me, and this seems like this will be a number that we could figure out pretty easily. Usually we think if 10, we put in one county dollar and it's $10 of someone else's money shows up, everyone's pretty happy about that. I mean, is that what we're talking about, or is it even better than that, or is it not quite that good?
We're putting in $4,500 for the vouchers that have been issued this year.
And we get 90,000 in a period of time less than a year?
So far.
Did that 4,500 generate $90,000 worth of funds, $90,000 worth of housing credit?
So just kind of to bring it down to like a monthly thought. So for roughly, with the 17 vouchers, you guys pay roughly $380 a month. It brings in just under $7,000 a month of the HUD fund money.
Okay, so that's like almost 20 to 1. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a no-brainer. I agree.
Yeah.
And the numbers work out the other way too. If you look at the 4,500 and the 90,000, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, I'm not upset that we're talking about this. I suspected there might be some element of this that I was missing.
I think we had to have. Yeah, I think we had to have this work session.
Sorry, Sally.
That's okay. That we had to have this work session just to be sure that we all understand about increasing the cap and how we feel about the IGA. One of the things that we have as a benefit is Grand County Housing Authority is doing a very good job. And you can ask the Community Resource Center. They deal with Housing Authority also. A very good job of running this program. And one of the other benefits we get, and probably one of the reasons that some landlords won't jump on this program, is the properties have to come up to a level of inspection also. So overall, it's a very healthy program, and we're very fortunate to have a good company, a good housing authority that's running it. So.
Well, thank
I
you.
appreciate that, Sally. I really do.
Mayor?
I'd just like to make a comment about our Riverbend project. As both of you said, I'm really disappointed because we were alluded to much lower rents on those places. And then as it circled around and we found out that people were calling us at the city saying, they're charging us $1,200, $1,400 for these places. I thought they were supposed to be affordable. So of course I was immediately dug into John Kane and then that came back to the regional AMI is what it's based on, which doesn't do any good for our community. So anything we can do to help our folks and other folks out to live in this community and to subsidize their rents, I think is great for our community.
Mike, once we establish this, Grand County Housing Authority will be able to subsidize the rents, and Riverbend will be able to see their rental prices met. So economically, it'll be healthy for the property, and it will service the lower income people we have in the county.
Okay, that's great. And I did hear from somebody that did get an apartment. I guess, Sally, maybe you can, or Amy, they got it in at 30% AMI. Is that how they're doing those? That some of them are 30?
Yes.
And they go, okay. Because they got in, and I think they said their rent was going to be right at $500 a month.
Right.
Yeah, there's like 5 to 8 of those out of the 47 units.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for letting me make comment.
Of course.
Over 37 minutes towards the 60 minutes.
I know. So I think we got to wrap this thing up. But I appreciate it. We will be returning, I think, with an updated IGA, right, Bob? We need to actually, well, I need to bring that updated IGA back, or is that something that Keith approves, or what do we do with that thing?
You need to get it built into the budget.
The budget?
Then we'll do the IGA.
Okay. And all right.
Amy, just to throw this out here, once you guys have that number, if you want to get it to me, because I think our attorney's office will want to draft that IGA. It'll be the same thing as last year, just we'll change the cap.
Okay.
And then we'll get to Clear Creek for you guys' review, if that works out.
Okay. And that's great.
And so then just to make sure I understand, I think the outcome is that, yes, we'd like to consider a budget that has a higher amount for Section 8 vouchers.
Right. And can the IGA be executed, or does it need to be executed prior to our budget approval?
It doesn't need to be executed before your budget approval, and Ms. Darlin is correct. It'll be like falling off a log. Just reproduce the last one and change the number in one particular paragraph.
Okay.
I think.
Great. Keith, were you going to say something?
I just notified Brent to put it in the budget.
Great. Okay. I think we're good. Anything else?
No, thanks for the presentation and
okay, cool.
Say about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So do we have any other items for today? I know we do have the executive session if required. We've had an executive session today. Does anyone have a need for another?
I don't have one.
Were you holding your hand up, Amy, or no? Apparently she was saying goodbye because she's gone. So let me call this meeting adjourned before everyone's gone except me. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.